And we're live. Impromptu. What's going on, everybody? I see Galen's causing trouble in the comments again, as usual. Tom Barson's what's happening. Rich Mitch, how you doing, my friend? Daniel's here. Daniel, how are you? I thought it was a really lovely day. We'll do a stream. We'll talk about perfume. We'll talk about life, love, any other issues that you guys have. How's everybody doing? Let us know what you're wearing. I've got a really special guest in the backstage already. I'm not sure how this happened, but I didn't even put out the link. Should we bring him on right away? What's up, Sid? How you doing? Good to see you. Ice Stink. Is this the Ice Stink? How many Ice Stinks are there? I got a package in today. Well, maybe we'll do an unboxing, but let me bring in a very special guest. He's actually a very good friend of the channel. Everybody, I want you to give him an applause. Rich, I love you, yeah, buddy!
Oh, my wings are battered.
How are you doing, my friend?
I am fucking mint. How are you?
The next time Galen pulls a stunt like that, feel free to ban him.
I might just have to.
Yeah.
I think I could just genuinely ban him.
Yeah. And then he'll have to pay his way back into the comments, right? He
can buy his super chats.
Yeah.
That's apparently the thing, isn't it? These days.
Yes, it is.
If you're a sad middle-aged man, asking for super chats is the way forward. Apparently, not that you're a sad middle-aged man.
Oh shit! Yeah. That wasn't a jab at me at all.
No, it wasn't. Not at you at all.
Floral Notes, hello, Imad, Don Whitman, Michael John. How's everybody doing? I want my money back, Rich. Oh, Perfumeros wants his money back. I'm not sure what for. You must have recommended.
Who wants the money back? You're not going to pound out of me. Who wants the money back? Where are they?
Perfumeros.
Unlucky. What do you want? How are you?
What did you buy? Did you buy something vintage that got spoiled?
Outrageous.
Prof. Melvin, how you doing? Overcooked duck. Overdue duck, more like it.
Yes, that's right. Crizia Uomo, that was Duncan, not me.
Ooh, I want my money back for Uomo too. Duncan, I want my money back.
Moods, you mean? Moods. Moods, he means. Moods Uomo. This is just Crizia Uomo.
Oh, is there a difference? Big difference?
I don't know. I don't know that there is a Crizia Uomo.
I'm not sure either. Galen's in Avignon, but now he needs some declaration.
Galen's in Avignon. Avignon's a place.
Is it?
Yeah, Avignon's a place in France. It's
Hello, moved by
so they actually moved the papacy from Rome to Avignon in France for about 70 years to 100 years. Dura Rose will be able to tell her.
He knows all that stuff, eh?
He's banging into his religious history.
Christy, what's happening? Christy prepping dinner, and she's going to be listening along. Man, we get Christy to come on. Christy's a regular. Sean and Dries Van Noten, good to see you. Spaced out today. I went to Hermes to get 4 times 15 ml bottles. Thanks, Duck. They say don't have the box, and then when I said my first choice was Vetiver Tonka, they didn't have that either. Ooh, so what did you get? Did you back out? I got a Hermes in today. Ooh. I got a Hermes.
Is it a vintage?
It is absolutely a vintage. I would only ever buy vintage. I'd never buy anything else.
It has to be the vintage. It has to be the vintage. You aren't a real man if you don't have the vintage.
It has to be vintage. If it's not vintage, it's shit.
That's got to be.
I came from Smelly Stream because I know this one will be more interesting. Oof. Is Smelly streaming? Is Smelly streaming?
What day is it?
I don't fucking. It's Thursday.
I
I
don't
didn't even
know.
notice, to be honest.
I don't know what I don't know what he does on his channel anymore. To be honest,
My
been a long
apologies if
time.
he is, but sorry, not sorry. Floral notes. We need to get floral notes on someday sooner rather than later.
Lila,
Steve Tampin now then in Musgrave Azure. You're a Rose. What's happening? You're a Rose. How are you? There were two popes.
there were. One was in Avignon. One was in Rome.
Oh, he is. He's streaming with Scentland. I did not know. I didn't even go through my YouTube. I just said, Rich, you want to stream? He's like, yes, yes, let's do it. But sooner rather than later.
Yes,
I guess
definitely.
you're going to bed earlier. You're feeling tired.
I've got a medical appointment for a lung function test tomorrow early on, and so I've got to be up early. So I'll probably be gone in a couple of hours. But
Cool.
we'll have a couple of hours. It'll be good.
Let us know what you wore today.
Oh, I wore Paco Rabanne Pour Homme.
The
It
vintage?
was a vintage. It was a 90s vintage. It wasn't the most modern one. The most modern one's been decimated. It's probably a mid 90s version, I think it is. Oh, I'm getting reverb.
Sorry, that was me.
Oh, quack.
And I'll tell you why.
Oh,
Because so I had StreamYard and then I canceled it and went to Melon. I don't know why I canceled it. I was just like, fuck StreamYard. I got Melon and I had one stream on Melon and it was absolute shit. Like
oh yeah.
beyond shit. And I canceled it the same day after I paid for it. And I went back to StreamYard and I you only allowed 20 hours a month, right? Free.
Yeah, free.
And
Yeah.
then they sent me an email saying you're like in the top 5%. Nobody streams this much. So if you want to continue streaming, you got to buy a package, a membership. So I did, but I got the premium one because it was high def. And I just
Okay.
wanted to see if it actually makes a difference. But I don't see, like, I'm on YouTube now watching it, and I don't really notice a massive difference. It looks the same to me.
Bastards.
I'm not. Can you see if it's high def or not?
I'm probably not the best person to ask, but I'll try.
Let us know in the
But
comments. Does it make a difference?
it says I can go up to 720. But I don't see a major difference personally, if you want the truth.
I don't see a big difference either.
What did you wear today?
I wore, you know what I wore.
Do I?
I told you this morning.
Oh no. I don't remember.
I'll keep it a secret.
Oh, don't do that.
It's very special. It's special to me. I wore an Antoine Lee
Oh
and
yes, that's right.
and the Eugene collaboration, just to kind of remind myself. I'm getting kind of like a little bit anxious and nervous, and I just kind of wanted to remind myself and revisit it and see what I thought. And I thought I made the right choice. I'm quite pleased with what I had chosen. But that's what I wore, and that's all I'll tell
Yes,
you.
that's right. I nearly said when I remembered there, right? I nearly said the name of it, and I
You
was like,
can't.
no, don't do that.
Well, you can. The working name is very different than the official name.
I know, but I nearly said the official name.
Do you know the working name? You know the working name.
I don't know the working. I think I do know the working name.
Well, it had two working names. It had Antoine's working name and it had my working name.
Are you at liberty to tell us which working name?
I can possibly give Antoine's work. Like I've shared like a picture of it on IG a few months ago.
Okay.
Is it a good idea? Or should I keep it a secret a little bit longer?
I would personally, if you want my advice, I would keep everything secret until after the release, and then what you should do is after the release and everything's died down to reignite some interest after like 6 months. You should bring out the backstory of how you made it, and that'll reignite some interest.
All right, good idea. Everything is a good idea. All right, let me see if I can change the settings here. They're saying I should change the settings, and I'm not sure what I need to change here. Oh, look what I found.
Galen's a lurker.
Oh shit! Was that Galen's a lurker?
Yeah, did you not hear it?
No, I didn't. Only heard a little bit.
Hang on, let me.
Galen's a lurker.
Ah, I got that. Yeah, Galen is a lurker. Where he lurks, that you've got to worry about.
I don't see where I can change any settings. Not a big deal. I'll look at it later. I'll deal with it later.
Michael Harness is here. Oh dear.
Music for a while. What's up, Michael Harness? Yura says he sees you in 3D.
Outrageous. He's seen us in 3D before. I met him in real life last week.
Michael Harness?
No, Jura Rose.
Oh, right. Let's open this Hermes Muguet porcelain. Have you smelled Muguet porcelain?
Yes, and I wasn't a big fan. It's a shitty white floral.
Literally, yes.
Literally
it like shit white floral. White floral.
Yes.
So I remember there was a time we had this conversation, and I believe it was even in the stream when you said you weren't a big fan of Jean-Claude Elena.
No.
I think you actually said you don't rate Jean-Claude Elena.
I don't rate him very highly at all, to be honest with you, no.
Still, do you still feel that way?
I don't rate him as highly as other people do, but I don't dislike him. I just don't think he's as great as what a lot of people make out. I don't think he's one of the best perfumers ever.
Really? Yeah. Well, okay, fair enough. I mean, it's hard to say who would be the best perfumer ever. My guess is like their last name would be a Guerlain.
Possibly, or Rudnitska.
Right? Yeah, or Rudnitska.
Possibly Bourdon. I think he's up there. I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's possible to say who the best one is. I think you could come up with a reasonable top 5, or you could come up with a cluster. But I think each day that passes, you could just rotate them and say this one was the best day on Thursday, this one was the best day on Friday, and I don't think anyone could make a case for whoever was the best or wasn't the best, to be honest.
Okay, 1 second. I'm just fooling around here. Where did that go? Quick settings. Okay. I'll deal with that later. It's not a big deal.
So this is Muguet porcelain. Did you get this from the store?
I got this from eBay. It's the first thing I got off eBay. Like, it's been years.
Outrageous.
Totally outrageous. And the guy was just like right in my area.
Did he post it or did he pick it up?
No, it just came to my door.
Huh. That was nice. Green cap.
Green cap. Yeah. Here we go. Look at that. It's like brand new.
Yes.
And I got it for $200.
So that's like 100 and, I don't know, 120. What is it, 100 mil?
Yeah, I think the retail is $307.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's brand new.
Cheap.
Now I got Santal Masoya the other day, and I know you got this too. Is
Yes,
your
that's
cap
right.
like suede texture like that?
Yes. It's furry.
I found that very weird because it's the only one to be like this.
Is it? I thought there
Yeah,
were others that might be
all the
like that.
others are very smooth.
Yeah, like a leathery sort of smoothness, whereas
They're pure leather.
whereas that one's like a furry.
Interference says I don't dislike him as a cop out.
Who don't I dislike again? I can't remember who I was talking about.
Jean-Claude Elena.
I don't dislike him. It's not a cop out. My theory is about everything, right? Is that it's shite until it's not. You know, everything starts off everything starts off at zero, and then has to do something to move themselves off zero or to move itself off zero. Like some marking schemes in teaching will start off with a perfect score. So you start off with 100, and then each mistake you make, they'll take off a mark. And it's like you've got to fight to keep each mark. Now I get that, but I would prefer it the other way around. You have to build a reputation. You have to build quality. I think that starting off, the benefit of the doubt is for people who make mistakes. The benefit of like building a reputation is like that you start from nothing and work your way up. That's like how I sort of rate like everything really. Maybe it's just because I'm cynical.
So you don't think it should start at 100% and then you wear it and then you decide whether you like it or not?
Yeah, I think it should start at. I think it should. In an ideal world, in my ideal world, that's how I would do it. But everybody's got their biases. Everybody's got that. Everybody's got their sort of like. They'll give everything like brownie points before they've even smelled it, or they'll think that something's crap before they've even smelled it. You know what I mean? I try not to do that, but
Right.
nobody's like perfect. You know what I mean?
It's just the way that we're wired. Well, I don't.
Yes.
I may have looked at things like that before, but now I think everything should be. I mean, when they make perfume, they don't make it to be shit. They make it.
No, of course not.
They have their story behind it and what their intention for what they want it to do, and because it doesn't fit into our box, we all have a box of what our expectations are of a fragrance. We go and we judge it or we rate it. But when they create it and when they release it, they imagine it to be 100% perfect, right?
Yeah.
In their eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's spray this.
Okay.
Because I'm not wearing anything right now. Oh man, it's green and grassy right off the top. Citrusy, fresh.
Have you smelled it before?
Huh? Oh yeah, I've worn it several times. But
Okay.
it has that skank fact. I wouldn't call it skank, but it's got that dirtiness from the lily of the valley.
Shitty.
Slightly, yeah. It's like it's dry and leathery and
it's in a gel, isn't it? It's not an Elena.
It's like indolic. No, it is an Elena.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it was his last Hermescence before he left.
Outrageous.
Almost like halitosis, I would call it.
Yeah. I've noticed. I'll tell you. So I've received some free perfumes. I have received some stuff by Prin Lomros. Not free perfumes, but a couple of the Zoologist I've tried. And a friend sent me a bottle of something by De Duft,
Okay.
which was a Prin Lomros as well. I can't remember which one, but he seems to really like that halitosis sort of note.
Pren does.
Yeah, it comes across in quite a few things. It reminds me of halitosis, whether it is halitosis or not, it's another matter.
See, Jiki reminds me of halitosis, and so well, it did at one point. I don't see it like that anymore, and so did Frederic Mall's Parfum de Trace. It had that. I think it's a combination of melon and aldehyde, possibly.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm
Weird.
just walking around the house. I'm just walking around the house. Give us 2 seconds. I'll mute you,
You're
nice.
a rose once and only ducks, like a duck fans, only fans for ducks. Um, yeah, sign up for my OnlyFans. Crazy fucks. Probably too much. Jasmine can get really skanky too, like in Dalek. Oh man. Ramsey, do you want to jump on for a bit and say hello? We had you on last week for a little bit before I had to so rudely leave. Ramsey says, just did a perfumer's portfolio video. I talked about wearing vintage Hermes Amazon to bed last night, and it's beautiful. It took me back. How amazing it is. Yeah, really lovely.
Have you got that Amazon?
I don't have Amazon. I really like it. I do have, what's the one I was raving about? Rouge. I have Rouge.
Okay. What about Hermes?
I have Hetties. Yeah, I have both versions. But you have to have the vintage, right? You have to.
Yeah.
You
Yes.
have to.
If you don't have the vintage, then, I mean, what the fuck are you doing, really? Like, you can't really. I mean, you have to have it. You need it.
But I don't know where the vintage is.
Oh, for God's sake.
I know
There's no point in having it if you don't know where it is.
I know I have it. Hang on, I'll find it. Ah, I found it.
Uh-huh.
Bottles. I got bottles everywhere. It's a damn mess. Here's the vintage. Okay.
That's the vintage Hermes.
That's vintage Hetties, man.
Does it smell different to the new one?
No, it smells the same to me.
Okay.
It's just a different. But look at the color of that bottle.
It is glorious, that bottle.
It is. Look at that. Oh, fingerprints. Fuck.
Oh no.
It's not it's like sweat.
They're not. It's not like glass, is it? It's got that sort of. It's got that. I don't want to say patina, but it's got like a. It's got a. It's got like a not a furriness to the bottle, but like a bobble. You know, it's like it's rough.
Yeah, it's not smooth.
Yeah,
What do you call this?
Took a long time.
Almost like frosted.
Yeah.
Gorgeous bottle. Gorgeous. I mean, they look really nice. I like they're very elegant, these Hermes bottles, but I don't find them very practical because they're so tall and lean and long, right? They're easy to knock over. Endless Knot says sandblasted, and I know it's yeah, that's a good way to put it. They feel sandblasted. Good observation. Right? Really nice bottles, nice glass. Really, like, look at the edges. The corners are really well rounded off, eh? No sharp corners anywhere. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the Bellamy bottle, isn't it?
Well, the vintage Bellamy came in the shaker bottle.
Yes, the original. I've got that. I mean, you must have that.
I don't. I have the second generation. This is what I would call like the second generation.
Yes, that's the one I meant. Yeah, I think that was the original one of those, wasn't it? Like of that shaped bottle. I can't remember. I don't know of any previous, unless it was the Eau de Hermes, which now I'm thinking, of course, it was. It was
What
the Eau
did
de Hermes.
vintage Eau de Hermes? Yeah, vintage Eau de Hermes came in something similar to this.
Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, I've dropped the bollock there thinking it was Bellamy, but it wasn't. It was vintage Eau de Hermes, and they've put them all in bottles like that.
Great bottles, though. I really like. And look at the color of that glass. It's like an ambery color. Is it the
It's
glass?
the juice, that isn't it? I think it's the juice.
It comes across ambery. I always thought it was the bottle that was that color.
I know they do that. Excuse me. I know they do that with the Eau de Hermes. The Eau de Hermes with the Hermes essence. They the color them from the bottom, so when the light reflects, like you get it all the way up the bottle. You know.
Right.
I like the color of Mur Eglantine. It's like a pinkish sort of amber color, like a pinkish orangey amber color. It's fantastic. It's very clever. But there's fucking no myrrh to be found in Mur Eglantine.
There's a little bit of rubberiness.
I get shampoo from it. Big shampoo fragrance.
Probably the rose.
Yeah, the wild rose. Yeah,
I
it smells
get
like
that too. Yeah,
it smells like
shampoo.
a woman.
That's
It
what I
smells like a
was
woman
saying
from Stella.
in my Rose de Jamal video. And a lot of rose soliflores come off as like old English rose shampoo or old English rose soap, right? Bathroom soap.
Yes.
There's
Have
the
you
Mur Eglantine.
have you um have you seen what Bry has said?
No, I'm totally missing the comments here. What's he saying? Sweaty
Eight,
Eugene.
eight of his bottles shattered last night.
How?
I have
Oh,
no idea. He hasn't.
Ramsey says he can come on if I drop the link.
I hope so. It will be nice to talk.
Eight of my bottles shattered last night. How? What happened? What's your favorite Les Indemnidables? Do you have a favorite Les Indemnidables?
Do I have a favorite Les Indemnidables? Probably Ambra Supreme, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, if blue is away,
Okay.
fabulous.
My favorite, and I picked a favorite very early on, and it was Ramsey. What is happening?
Condolences, Bry. That is a 21 gun salute tragedy.
8 bottles. I broke 3 at one time. That was the most for me, but 8 it's a pretty decent number. I don't know if it's going to be a long time before somebody tops that.
That's serious.
Mm.
Come on, Bry. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, come on, Bry. But I had picked Musc de Sable as my early favorite, and then now during this spring, I've been wearing a lot of rose, and I'm thinking, damn, that Jamal is really gorgeous. Like, it's a very special rose.
Yeah.
And now I'm not sure which one I prefer, musk or rose.
I think I prefer the rose. Well, I'm not massive on Musc de Sable, to be honest with you.
Mm. Ramsey, how are you doing?
Actually, today was a crazy day for me because my daughter had surgery.
Oh,
she had her tonsils and adenoids out, but still, when they put a 2-year-old under and they give you the old, hey, if we have to save her life, can we give her blood? It really kind of hits you as it's real. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It makes all this crap irrelevant, right?
Yeah. But she's home and she's sleeping, so I figured I'd knock out my video. But it's been a crazy day, but it's been a good day because Rich Mitch told me some news that I almost fell out of my chair when I was sitting at the hospital. Tell him, Rich.
Oh, okay. Do you remember the story about me sending Ramsey some perfume and it being destroyed by the Royal Mail?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I got a letter off the Royal Mail saying that they had disposed of the perfume and don't send things like this in the post again. Thank you. Bye. And the next day after that, I received a parcel in the post, and it was the 3 fragrances that they said they'd destroyed.
Are you kidding?
No, that's what happened. I swear that's what happened. Now, I at that time was like, oh well, thanks. And I was like, well, at least I didn't. So I was totally shocked because they did literally tell with that. Like, I mean, I sent pictures of the letter to Ramsey, and I was like, this is what they've said. It looks like they're gone. Life is terrible. Oh no. And then the next day, I literally, like, the postman got us out of bed and was like, oh, here's a parcel. I was like, I'm not expecting a parcel. And it was in, like, a bag. And I was like, Christ. And I was like, the bag smelled quite nice. And I was like, what the hell is this? Clearly perfume. And then I opened it and saw it was the 3 fragrances, and I was like, well, what the hell?
That's amazing.
It is amazing. And I didn't tell Ramsey because my thought was that I would surprise him by finding a way. My initial thought was to try and get it on a boat because that's what the Japanese do. They sell perfume overseas by sending it via boat.
Mm.
And I couldn't get any boat to take it. There were no boats. There were no companies that would pick it up. Any of that because they were like the parcel's too small. We won't take it. It'll cost like silly money. I got in touch with somebody I know who's got a dangerous goods license, and they were like, "Look, you've got to buy a special box to put it in, and there's a minimum like requirement for how many you've got to buy. You've got to buy like hundreds or thousands. Sorry, I can't do it." And I was like, "Well, that's shit." And
I'm sure you're going to figure out a way to get it there.
Well.
The
Brace
story's
yourself.
not over. Okay.
Yeah, the story's not over yet. So I gave
story.
This was like 2 to 3 weeks ago, and I gave myself a time limit. I thought, right, this isn't gonna like I can't keep this a secret for much longer because I'm feeling a bit shady because I've got his money and I've got the perfume. I thought I feel a bit dickish for this, so I gave myself till the end. I gave myself until the end of April before I was just going to ring him up, text him, and just say, "Look, I got the perfumes back. I wanted to send you them as a surprise. I haven't been able to do it. Here's your money."
That would have been a cool surprise.
Yeah, but I remembered a certain somebody who likes to get into the chat, Alan Hansen. And me and him had been talking about how Alan's coming to England sometime this year.
Right.
And I just thought, Alan Hansen being the lovely man that Alan Hansen is, I thought, I wonder if Alan would take these back to America for us and ship them to Ramsey. And so I emailed Alan Hansen and I said, "Do you know when you're coming to England, would you mind receiving this parcel and then sending it to Ramsey when you get back to America?" And he said, "Yes, of course I will. It would be my pleasure." And I thought, aren't you fucking lovely? I wish there were more lovely people around. And so we're going to have to wait a while until Mr. Hansen gets to visit the UK. But when he does, I'm going to send him this package for Ramsey. And then he's going to take it back to America when he goes home, and he's going to send it to him.
That's amazing. Alan Hansen is a class act, and
yeah, he really is.
Him here today, but the man has sent me things before, and he's written letters, and
he's a lovely.
He's been on the stream and shared his collection with us. So shout outs to you, Alan Hansen.
He sent me an email today saying he was going to send me a sample set of some stuff I've never tried, and literally while I was writing him the email back, I got Rich's message. So I said, "By the way, you are way too kind to work as a mule transferring fragrances from England to America, but I really do appreciate it." So that's how my day's been, man. It's been crazy.
Damn. There's a lot of good people in this place, in this space, and I've met several, more than several.
Amazing.
Yeah. Ramsey, how's everything else? Your daughter's fine. You're recording videos. How's YouTube working out for you? I see you and Rich are on pace. You're very close to 1,000. I'm excited for you both. You know, I love seeing you guys kind of stride next to each other and come up and make names for yourself. You guys are making splashes.
Thank you.
People are noticing in the best way possible. I'm happy for both of you. I'm glad. I'm glad that you're here in our space too.
Well, you gave me the best advice when I started. When I made my first video, you left me a message and said, "Hey, just be yourself." And I've kind of stuck to that, and it's worked. So
awesome.
Thanks, Duck, for giving me a push, and thanks for supporting you, Jane. It's been great. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it more than I thought I would. Let's put it that way. Because at first, you know, most of my fragrance journey, I just assumed it was about wearing the fragrances. But I found that I'm enjoying kind of sharing the knowledge. But more than that, it's the interaction with people in the comments and getting to know people I never would have got to know without the channel. And so that's been the most surprising part, I think, is just getting to know. And some of the quality, like you said earlier, the quality people, stuff you don't expect. nowadays. You know what I mean? Like stuff you would expect from someone back in the day when they slept with their door unlocked and their windows open. You know, like those kind of people don't exist anymore, and we're coming across them constantly. It's amazing.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm happy for you. Do you have any like goals that you've set for yourself in the future in terms of this hobby, or?
No, I want to stay true to who I am, and I think we're in a good spot because we can talk about things without being tied down. We don't get free bottles. We don't, it's our true feelings on the fragrances, and we are in a unique position because I've got a very interesting mixture of niche and vintage. I mean, heck, a month ago I told you I was wearing a Parfums de Marly fragrance. Like I wear everything. Today my scent of the day was a $10 fragrance. It's called Homme de Cafe. This is This is an Alberto Morias creation. Now this is the vintage from Amouage. It says COFCI right there down at the bottom.
Right.
But you can get this fragrance for $10. Now you got to pay triple or quadruple to get the vintage from Amouage. But I'm loving this. It's a little bit Zarius by Givenchy. It's a little bit Eau de Hermes. It's a little bit maybe Abbey Rouge, spicy carnation kind of thing. This is a $10 fragrance. So, I like the fact that I can go anywhere in the fragrance world that I want to go. $10 or, $500 roses and old stuff, old niche. I talked a little bit about this in my video today too. This is Dior Essence. Okay. And I got this from Amouage too, and this really took me back. I was not expecting. Well, same with this Amazon, this vintage Amazon that I got. Both of these women's fragrances, I was not expecting them to be as beautiful as they were. But this one especially, this Dior Essence is maybe Guy Robert's best work, and that's saying something because I used to think it was gold. I used to think it was Amouage gold. But if you can find a vintage of this before Demachy reformulated it, I would really recommend it. And then I told you, Duck, that I would show you Amouage's samples with a cap. Look at this. Yes. This is a sample from Amouage. Look at that.
Do you know, I smelled Amouage Gold Man the other day, and I've had a vintage bottle of the Gentleman's Cologne. The Gentleman's Cologne is, I mean, I don't know which version you've got of Gold. I don't know if you've got Gentleman's Cologne.
No, I don't.
But, you would love it. It's so thick and rich. I think you've got the vintage that's got the non-magnetic cap, the snap cap.
No, mine's magnetic.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's gold?
Oh,
yeah.
That is good. That is good.
But it is when
how do you feel about it? How do you feel about the gold mag cap?
Well, I thought this was Guy Robert's best work. This is what I would have said was Guy Robert's best work. And I know how you feel about it, Eugene, but
what I think about it doesn't mean that's what, I think it's a brilliant perfume, regardless of what I think it smells like.
Yes.
Like, I don't know.
That. This Dior Essence this took me back. I wasn't ready for how beautiful vintage Dior Essence was. This might be Guy Robert's best work. He doesn't have many perfumes, for being considered one of the best perfumers ever.
Yeah, he did some things for Hermes too, didn't he?
Yep. He did Equipage.
It's like the guy who did Balenciaga Pour Homme. Gerard Anthony. He didn't have many perfumes, but every single one of them was fucking brilliant. Like,
yep,
it's crazy. He's like the anti Alberto, like Alberto Marias comes out with like 1,000 perfumes a year, and all of them are shit. Whereas like Guy Robert and
hang on. Maybe the briefs that he gets are shit.
Well,
Like, that's where it started.
there's definitely an aspect of that. I saw a picture of him. Somebody sent me a picture of Alberto Maria stood next to
With the
the
dude from
guy from
Amouage.
the dude from Amouage today. And I mean Alberto, he was
Well, the
looking
dude
old.
has a
Bless him.
name. The dude has a name.
I can't remember it.
Renault Salmon.
Renault the salmon? Salmon in a Renault.
Yeah. No, the
Fishing
dude.
car.
I wonder if something's happening, if they're collaborating or working together, or if he's making something for them. But did you see how tall he was? Like, compared to, I almost thought like Alberto was sitting down next to him.
He looked old, Alberto. He looked old.
He is. He's got to be over 70.
He's worked with Amouage before. He did Journeyman with Pierre Nagrin.
He did not.
Yes, he did.
He did that?
He did what?
With Pierre Nagrin.
What do you
Which
think
one's
of
that?
Journeyman?
Journey.
Don't Stop Believing.
That's it. I love it. I love Amouage, man. I'm up until Christopher Chong left, I'm an Amouage junkie. I used to blind buy all my Amouages because I knew I could get on with them. Like I could handle Amouage of old. New Amouage, I was looking on their website yesterday, getting ready for this Pierre Nagrin video that I did. And did you know those Atars they're selling are like $600-700?
Yes,
for like
that's right. They sent all those sample Atar sets out as well to all the influencers. You know, I mean, that must have cost a fair. They must be worth a fair bit of money, like 0.7 of a mil of like the Atar. I think it was each one.
Do you know any of the names of the Atars?
I don't know. Sorry.
Maybe. Let's see. I've got a browser up.
I think they were like 7 ml.
Here we go.
There's
for like Oud Olia, Saffron Hamra, Incense Rory, Vanilla Barca, Rose Accor, and Oris Wakan. Who made these?
$473.
Yay.
I've got 540.
I see 473 on the Harrod. Oh, that's Harrod's website, so it's probably British pounds, quid.
Yeah, it's $540 for Oris Wakan. That's insane.
For 12 ml.
Do you know anyone who's bought that?
No, I don't. But look at that.
You're gonna. I mean that. I don't know. That bottle's gonna have to be like sentient for me to pay that kind of money for it. I don't get like that bottle be able to like make like executive decisions. You know what I mean? for me to be paying that kind of money for it, you know. Yeah. Like I want my house spotless when I come in. Like if I'm buying a bottle for that kind of money.
Dinner served, cooked, BJ.
That's right.
Well, they'll be on discounters for $100 in a couple years anyway.
I don't think so, man. So they're on Lucky Scent for $540.
That's insane. I feel like Christopher Chong needs to make a comeback, you know, like do a comeback tour and save Amouage.
It's interesting you say that because he's been posting some things on, it's very cryptic. I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to say, but he's been posting on Instagram something about perfume and making a possible comeback. You know, he doesn't go into any kind of detail, but, you know, he's posting, he's putting out a message.
I've seen a couple of those things.
So you know, you can hold on to your breath and get away with it because I wouldn't be surprised if something comes out soon.
Yeah.
I haven't smelt any of the new Amouage. What are they called? Boundless, and
they're not good. I have Boundless right here.
Crimson. They're not good. Oof. Ramsey laying it down.
This is Boundless, and Boundless is this tobacco amber woody. It turns into massive amber woods in the dry down. Massive. And I'm a big fan of this lady, Karine Vinchon Spainer. She did Overture Man, and it's gorgeous. And she did Memoir Man. She did a bunch of them. The bottle's the best thing about this fragrance, to be honest with you. It literally turns into straight amber woods. This is where I made the decision. I blind bought this like I usually do with my Amouages, and I said, that's it. No more. I'm done. This is the last one you got me on.
What don't you like about it? What turns you off?
It smells a lot more generic than the old Amouages. Like, you know the old Amouages. I've got them up because I was just talking about it. Interlude. Right. We talked about Journey. Even Portrayal Man, which came out in 2019.
Yeah.
This is this is right at the end of Christopher Chong's reign. This is like Fahrenheit niche. This is like niche Fahrenheit with that violet leaf. If you like that gasoline accord, Portrayal Man is amazing. Now, I noticed that on the Amouage website, all of the new bottles say the name down below instead of on the side. So I don't know if with new bottles have come reformulation, but if you can find this bottle, I can vouch for this one. This is good stuff. If you like Fahrenheit or gray flannel, I would highly encourage you to check this out. You know, stuff like that.
How do you feel about the Amouage, the reformulated magnetic caps? Are you okay with those versions, or
all of my Amouages are magnetic caps except for Fate Woman.
Right.
That's the only one that I don't have a magnetic cap on, and I got this last year. So I'm fine with the magnetic caps, but I don't know about the newest reformulation where the name is on the bottom of the bottle.
It seems like the chat is kind of divided amongst Amouage here, and
I've got two. I'm all right with. I think Jubilation 25 is one of the best fragrances I've ever smelled. If you want the truth, it's a fucking amazing fragrance. I would love to smell the original from 2007.
9.
What do you mean the original?
9. I beg your pardon. So there was a pre-magnetic cap.
You mean this one?
Is that it? Is that the? Oh, you bad man! I'm jealous.
You have the pre-magnetic cap.
I do.
Oh,
look at him! Look at him!
Vintage.
Oh, he's loving it. He's loving it.
He's loving it. Vintage.
What a bad man! You do need the vintage, though. I agree.
Vintage.
The shoes on the other foot.
I'll sell it to you, Ramsey.
What do you mean to Ramsey? I'll have it.
Fight. I wouldn't sell it. It's not for sale. I'd sell my Journeyman, but I wouldn't sell Jubilation.
Don't sell Jubilation. But to be honest, even this version where it's written on the side or whatever, and it's not the magnetic cap, this is awesome. I love it.
Awesome. I wonder how different they smell. I remember Sebastian going in really hard against those reformulated Journey, and there's a couple others, calling them very light. But you know what? This is vintage, and this is still a very transparent perfume. This isn't as heavy as the other Amouages. It's not as heavy as Epic. It's not as heavy as Interlude. It's very airy, and that's what I like about it.
Yeah, it's refined.
It is. I'd like to see them go like this.
Yeah,
that style.
What do you think of Rouge Hermes? I'm thinking about picking up a bottle, Eugene.
Oh, I think it's brilliant. Dude. Huge Ylang, though. Do you like Ylang? It's very floral in the opening.
How is it real yellow floral Ylang? Or?
Do you like rose patchoulis?
Yes.
With teeth. This has teeth and claws with a big Ylang atop.
Is that the modern?
This is what's on the shelf today at the Hermes counter.
I'm on a Hermes kick.
Is it a vintage? Like, when did it come out originally?
This is not a vintage. They came out in red bottles before. Like, this is blue, Hiris.
Yeah,
Rouge
yeah.
came out in red.
Oh, yeah.
Rouge Hermes came out in 2000?
Possibly.
Okay.
I think it was a Japanese perfumer. Fun fact, you can drop your Amouage bottle on the floor and it won't shatter.
That's right. Look at mine. Look at this.
What did you do to it?
I dropped it. Look at the dent in the atomizer.
Yikes.
Yeah, it looks like you bent it.
I dropped it straight onto metal.
What were you doing? Like, did you spike it after the Cowboys scored a touchdown or something?
Well, I'm not a Cowboy fan, but
is that a sin to live in Texas and not be a Cowboy fan?
What can I say? I go against the stream. I swim against the fish. All the fish swim this way. I swim this way.
Oh man.
Yeah, I literally shrieked like a 12-year-old girl when this thing fell, and it landed directly on a piece of metal. And I thought, that's it. There it goes. And the bottle is the bottle's a beast, just like the perfume. And I love this presentation, actually. It's just so classy with the single crystal. I'm a fan. I usually don't care about presentations, but this does it for me. One man's opinion.
It seems like the chat's loving it that I'm the only one with a vintage here.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. I've been hoisted by my own petard.
Completely surprising.
Is this how it feels?
It's the one fragrance he probably has a vintage on us on, Duck.
Yeah, how does it feel to be on the other side?
It's outrageous. I'm gel, but I'm at peace with it. I'm not going to get bitter and like start complaining and telling you that you shouldn't crow. You should crow. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, if you don't have vintage, you should throw out whatever you have.
Yes, exactly.
You get the vintage.
Exactly.
You can't survive without the vintage.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it's the only vintage Amouage I have. All my others are reforms. I have Epic, I have Lyric, and I like it, but I've smelt the original Lyric. I'm like, it's just that bit better, and you can notice it on the initial blast. You know, it's just that little bit better. Interlude, it's better. Epic was a lot. I think Epic suffered the most.
Yeah. I would love to smell that. I would love to smell that Jubilation just so I could compare it to the one I've got. Like, I would seriously love to just even like a mill, so I could put a spray on one hand and a spray of mine on the other. Jubilation.
Are you saying to send you some? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying to send
you
one mill?
I thought you would never ask. I thought you would never ask. Thanks very much.
It's just like, you might as well come and say it or put it in the fucking private chat. Send me 1 mil.
Send us it. I will swap you. I will swap you something valuable. I don't know. Do you need a kidney or anything?
I could use some rice for my duck friends.
That's right. I'll fetch some rice over. I know what kind of rice they want. They want long grain brown rice. It's great stuff.
Yeah, don't send that clumpy shit because it sticks together and it sticks to my hands, and then I got to peel it off like glue. You remember being in grade school and like putting glue on your hand and blowing it to dry just so you can peel it? That's like that crappy rice.
Bad rice. Rice pudding. Do you have rice pudding over there?
Pudding?
Rice pudding.
Do grown-ups eat pudding?
Rice pudding. Rice pudding. Rice in milk and cream.
That sounds absolutely vile.
Oh, no, honestly, I swear to God, it's amazing. Put some honey in it, and it's fabulous.
Rice. I like rice, but I don't like pudding, and I can't imagine having like rice and pudding.
Do you have semolina pudding over there? Do you know what semolina is?
We have
never heard of it. Semolina. You can't get. You probably can't get salmonella from it. To be fair.
All right, I gotta run, guys. The little one's screaming.
Ramsey, Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. It was good to see you,
Good
man.
chatting with you
It's nice
guys.
to see you, mate. Cheers.
Come back anytime.
Salmonella
Right,
poisoning, that's what you need. I've scared him off. I've scared him off with talk of being poisoned by rice pudding. This crazy pudding talk has put people off.
I tell you what. Never mind the pudding. I want some Balenciaga pour homme, and we'll call it a deal.
I'll sort you out. I would swap you 50 ml of Balenciaga pour on for
I
that
don't need
bottle of
50. Send
Zoologist.
me 5. Send me 3.
What, 350 mils?
Yes, that's what I meant.
I'll send you some. I'll send you some in the post. I'll sort you out. Have you never smelled it before?
I smelt like one spray. Samir has a bottle, and he let me spray from his bottle.
Outrageous.
Mm.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. Like, it's great stuff. Like,
Zhao's here. What's happening, Zhao?
Oh, Zhao. Yeah, buddy.
Rudy says Epic smells like a chimney in a church. No thanks. Yeah, it's very piney. I always thought that Epic took after Ralph Lauren Polo. Did you ever see that? Maybe
Which
it was
one?
just the association of green bottles.
What took after Ralph Lauren Green Polo?
Epic, man.
Do you know I'm not familiar? I don't remember.
Do you not
I
have
know
Epic?
I've only got 2. I've only got Diaman and Caboose very kindly sent me a 10 mil of Diaman and I rattled through it. I don't know if it was a 10 mil, it might be a 5 or a 10. It was a decent sized amount. This was a while ago. And I was like, fucking hell. I was like, I've got to have it. It was one of those. First time I smelled it, I was like, this is incredible. And I went out and bought it. I got a Made in Oman bottle as well. Had a magnetic cap, but it was Made in Oman. And I don't think it sells very well. And it was on Notino for a certain amount of Alan Hansen, welcome. Alan Hansen knows what rice pudding is. By gosh.
I have no idea what rice pudding is.
I should
man.
send you a tin of this rice pudding. I get in real trouble for that. You're not allowed to send food. You're not allowed to send food in the post. You get we'll get in real trouble for that.
It's okay. I don't need rice pudding. I can just probably buy it here. I just don't know what it is. But one of the craziest comments I ever got in this channel during a live stream, and I remember it vividly because it was absolutely crazy, is somebody said, and they might be here because I don't remember who it was, and this isn't to take a jab at anybody, but they said, how can you make fun of like Montal and Mancera and then go and wear Polo and call it like a brilliant perfume? And I was like,
good Lord.
Joking? What? How are you even comparing Montal to like an older Polo?
Oof.
You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. That is pain and suffering.
It was very painful. And I kind of felt sorry for the dude that he looked at this in a comparison to a Montal.
You know, they've just introduced Montal into my local department store, Fenwick.
Oh, my condolences.
Yeah, thank you. And there was about 9 or 10 of them, and I walked past them, right, and I noticed them, and I noticed a sales associate coming towards. I thought, please don't fucking try and sell me these perfumes, or there's a very good chance I might fucking like start shouting. Do you know what I mean? I thought I might start shouting, or I might just hit the floor and start crying and screaming and thumping my hands and just like yes, that's right. I might just get upset and just hit the floor and start banging and thrashing around on the floor, crying like a child. I'm not having Montal, Mancera.
So my supervisor wears Mancera's Hindu Kush, and I've told you this story before. I can smell him everywhere. And when I talked to him today, and I walked in the office, and I just said Hindu Kush, he started laughing. Right before I even said good morning, I just said Hindu Kush. And I said, there's been days where you walk past me, okay, and the molecules of your Hindu Kush landed on me and it came to the point where I couldn't smell my fragrance anymore. All I could smell was Hindu Kush, even when you weren't in the building, like you were nowhere in the vicinity, and I could still smell your Hindu Kush. That's how powerful that crap is. You start laughing.
Yeah.
But that's what it feels like. He walks past me and like that silage ends up on my shirt and I can smell it for hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
I've never experienced anything like it. He asked me what
Yeah.
other Montals or Manceras are good, and I said, well, I think one of
Fucking
the
none
more
of them.
popular is red tobacco. I didn't tell him I wouldn't buy it, but I just said red tobacco, and he went and he wrote it down.
Oh,
I should have kept my mouth shut.
yeah, that's right. I tell him that there's a brand called Celine. All right,
Right.
and the better. Tell him if he doesn't like them, you'll take them off him.
Yeah.
Not that you'll pay for them, but you'll have them.
Half price. I'll buy them for half
Yes.
price.
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's almost what I got my Santal Messiah for. I nearly got it half price. The 304 for 200 mil, and I paid 175.
Mm.
I was very happy. Like Santal Messiah is a fantastic summer and spring staple. It's got wood, it's got fig, it's got a little bit of creaminess.
Yeah,
You could wear it you can wear it in the heat. You could wear it when it's a little bit cooler, like it is today or yesterday. It's fucking freezing here tonight.
It's milky, but not like milk, like cookies and milk, like cow milk. It's like woody milk.
Yeah, like it
Like the
gives that
milk out of
impression
a
of
thing.
sandalwood.
Yeah, but there's no sandalwood in here. Like
No.
real sandalwood.
No,
Not
me and you were talking
Australian,
about
not Indian, not Mysore, nothing.
No, it's like it's a woodsy notes sort of thing, isn't it?
I doubt there's even like a synthetic sandalwood accord in here. It's just like a general woody feeling.
Yeah.
There's no oiliness to this perfume whatsoever. It's just mostly freshness. So Cedrat Boise is probably one of the worst perfumes I've ever owned or smelled or wore. I absolutely detested that thing.
Yeah,
To me, it
it
smelled like straight up vinegar.
was
So scratchy.
Yeah,
How
it
people
was.
compare that to Aventus is beyond me. Like Aventus is brilliant next to Cedrat Boise.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's the fact that it's those big broad strokes. It's like Cedrat Boisé's got that citrusy, pineapple-y sort of vibe at the top, and then it's just got this like musk, this clean, fresh musk in the base. And people, like 90% of people, will just go, it smells like Aventus because I smell pineapple,
Right. Yeah.
I smell citrus, I smell musk.
Nothing
It's a
like
bergamot
Aventus.
musk.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
it's
Like
a pine musk.
wear it and you'll notice.
You would hope that people would wear it and notice, but whether they actually would or not is another point. Like. Quack.
Flower Girl B, what is happening?
Welcome, Flower Girl. How are you?
Mancera is not for me.
No, Mancera and Montal, bad brands. If
It's
you've
not
read
perfume. It's not real perfume.
No, it's a smell. It's smell, isn't it? That's what it is. It's smell.
It's like chemicals.
Yeah.
It feels like a bunch of dudes, like they got a bucket, right? They went into their garage and mixed a bunch of crap.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, right? If people out there are insistent on buying and smelling like Montal and Mancera, right? Then what you should do is, if you want to save yourself a fortune, right, is go on eBay and get a bottle of Isoe Super that has been diluted in alcohol and just buy that. You'll pay about 10 quid for it, right? Richie G has got one. Me and Richie G got one at the same time, right? And I ended up giving mine away because I thought this is just Isoe Super. I'm not a huge fan of the actual smell of it. I gave mine away to a friend. She gets untold compliments on it off other women. Absolutely love it. Richie G at work. ISO. Yeah, just Isoe Super. Just ISOE Super in alcohol. And
Yeah.
Richie G gets compliments at work off the girls
I
and
believe
like
that.
the lads in the office. Yeah, I totally believe it as well.
I
And
don't
he's
think
like,
ISO is the worst smelling thing ever.
no, it's not. It's not. It's just, it just strikes me that if you're massively into Montal and Mancera and you want compliments and you want a big beastly projecting fragrance, save yourself 30 quid, 40 quid, and just get yourself a bottle of ISOE Super off eBay. That's diluted in alcohol, and you'll stink. Or you put
Yeah.
like 4 sprays of that on, and it'll last all day at work, and everyone will think that you smell clean and fresh, and you've saved yourself a fortune.
That's what they put in these, right? That's
Yeah,
Jean-Claude Elena's favorite material.
yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah.
to me, ISO smells like a lot of cedar and incense.
Yeah, I don't get so much incense from it. I get like a do you know when the laundry's being done and the
Yeah,
laundry's then being ironed and put away? It smells like clean. It smells like
like
cleanliness to me.
yeah, laundered
You
musk.
know? Yeah, exactly. It
Mm.
just smells.
I get cedar from it, like wood.
Yeah, yeah. It's got that sort of. There's a compound in like freshly cut wood that like comes out and gives the air this sort of. It gives an air quality, like a fresh air. That's what it smells like. It smells like good, clean, fresh air.
Mm.
Imagine
Yeah,
you've been stuck inside. Imagine you've been stuck in the house for like all day, or you've been stuck in the house for a week, and then you literally go outside and you just get a massive blast of oxygen, and it's
yeah.
fresh and it's bracing and it smells cool and cold. That's what it's like. Sale boss of Discovery said right boys, this smells good on clothes 6 weeks after applied. You have to wait for the dry down, Eugene. That's right. The 6 week
6
dry
weeks,
down.
eh? Damn. Somebody said that to me about Santal Royale. Like, smell it the next day. I was like, no, I want to wear it. Like, that's not how you wear. It doesn't work like that. You know.
Yeah. It's a long time. It's a
They're
long
like, it gets
time to wait.
creamy after 18 hours. I was like, dude, I've taken 3 showers after 18 hours.
Yeah.
Um, I saw earlier Zhao talking about Boy. He's really enjoying Boy. Are you familiar with Boy? I can't imagine you
Now,
would like Boy, but
as Boy the Fougere,
yes.
yes, I am familiar. It's all right. It's a little bit expensive for the for a Chanel exclusive. I'm not sure it should be a Chanel exclusive, but it's good. It's nice.
What?
I don't know that it's like excuse me. I don't know that it's that it should be like hundreds of pounds a bottle.
Well, it's
I
the
don't
same
know that it
price as
should.
every other exclusive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I just don't think that smell is. I don't think it's anything that you can't get from another. Like you smell Cuir de Russie from the Les Exclusives, and you think that's what I'm paying me money for. That's
Mm,
where the money's got. That's where the money's gone. There's no perfume that smells quite like this. Even the modern versions.
mm.
Um, and then you smell something like I've got three, like maybe Coromandel, less so, but there are like those really Chanel-y smelling perfumes that they've got in it, stuff like La Pausa. Like
Yeah,
I'm not a
30.
massive fan of like I'm not a fan of like La Pausa as a smell itself, but I can smell it and I can think that's quality, that's worth the money, that's like right up there. That's what Chanel should be bringing. Boy, I feel like I've smelled before from other brands, and I'd rather have theirs than the Chanel version.
Oof. The only one I would say that comes close for me is Third Man, but the quality is not there compared to the Chanel.
I like
The
Third Man.
interest is there. The
I got a
concept is
vintage.
there.
Yeah, I got a vintage one of those, and I need to spend some proper time with it. Caron, those old Carons, because I've got a vintage Yataghan as well. Those old Carons are difficult to know when to wear,
I think Third
because
Man is any time.
yeah,
90,
yeah,
90 people in the house lick the stream. Vladimir says Bigotot Concentrate, Terre de Hermes, Declaration in that order. If that's my order, I'd put Declaration at number 1 before both Terre and Bigotot.
ooh,
Not sure how you feel.
I might go. I'd put Biggerard last as well. I do like it though, um, but I would probably put Tear ahead of Declaration because
Oof.
I'm not massive on cumin. I'm not big on cumin.
I think Declaration is the most complex out of all of them and the most interesting.
I think that Tear simplicity. I would look at it from another way, but I do know what you're saying. Because the Cartier that he did, that one is unlike most other Elena perfumes because of how complex it is.
I think
Whereas
that's
I
his
would say,
masterpiece.
yeah, I would say that. I would say though that Tear is more indicative of the type of stuff that Elena makes generally. I think that's like the zenith of his style of perfume, the style that he created. You know,
That was
um,
his tribute to Rudnitska and Eau de Hermes.
yeah.
That's how I see it. But it's probably the hardest of the three to wear.
Yeah, yeah, I would go along with that. I just think that tear's more indicative of his style of perfume. You know,
Yeah.
like
Well,
tear, like you smell. Sorry.
you can almost see parts of this in his signature that run with Hermes, right? If you were to
Yeah,
break this down, you can see this in Tear. You can see this in several Hermescents, like
as soon as you
pieces
could
of
see
it.
the bill, a piece marine, absolutely, a piece marine smells like
Yeah,
a piece
Poivre de
marine to me.
Samarkand.
Yeah, a piece marine smells like eau de Hermes to me, massively so. I got a huge like. I would say a piece marine's more of a tribute to eau de Hermes than any sort of than any
More
of
than
these other.
Declaration.
I would think so, mainly because it might just be because it's so blatant because of the cumin at the top, and then like this aquatic sort of. Is there citrus in a piece marine?
There's like a melon, a cucumber melonish citrusy
Salty,
thing
like
going.
a
Yeah.
salty sort of thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
like an off water. It's yeah, I get that. A piece marine. If I might do a comparison actually, because I think a piece marine is definitely more like um it's definitely more like Eau de Hermes than like basically anything. I don't know that he could have got away with making a piece marine for any other brand, because it smells so much like Eau de Hermes. Like if he'd made it's only because it's made by Hermes that he can get away with it. If he'd made it for Cartier, people would have been like, "Well, you've just ripped off fucking Eau de Hermes."
Mm,
But since he made it for Hermes, like it's hard to rip yourself off. You
yeah.
know,
Yeah.
it's like
He's kind of dragging the brand aesthetics around. But I can definitely, now that you compare a piece marine and Eau de Hermes, I see a triangle because as I'm smelling this, I get pieces of a piece marine. So there's
yeah,
that triangle, like Eau de Hermes at the top, and then everything else comes underneath it.
yeah,
Declaration, a piece marine, and then like Poivre de Samarkand, and then even lower Terre de Hermes.
yeah.
It's
Tour de Hermes
fascinating.
is yeah, it is. It's very clever. The thought process, the rotation. I know what you're saying about like rotation, triangulation. Like how what he'll do is he'll move, he'll shift, like he'll keep the frame of reference the same, but he'll twist like the point of view.
Mm,
You know, so
yeah.
everything's the same. Everything's the same. It's a bit like a kaleidoscope. Everything's the same. It's just moved around like one notch. You know, and it's like you see a completely different picture, but you can also tell it's made of the same of like by the same hand. Eugene and the Crazy 88. Is there 88 people?
Is that what he meant, viewers? Yeah, 88. There were 83. I see now. Lick the stream. Lick the stream for
Many licks, please.
aesthetics. It looks better aesthetically. Double
It does.
stream. Is there another? Oh, yeah, that's right. Smelly streaming.
Is
Is
he
he still
still?
going? Anyone
Bless
try the
him.
new declaration? What's the new declaration? Is that the Fraiche? Galen was saying
Yes,
something about going to smell that.
he was. He was. That's right.
Margie Louise, hello.
Welcome, Margie. How are you? What's happening?
Pradeep says Hermes seems to have the shortest gap between their designer line and Hermescence.
I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying there, as in it's the smallest gap, as in the designer lines smell very much like they're very of a very similar ilk to the Hermes Essence line. You know?
Okay. Yeah, they have a designer line, but they're not very designer-ish.
No, I agree.
Except for like H24. That's probably their most designer-ish and twilly, perhaps. But you go back before that, and they're all really well made. They're interesting perfumes.
I mean, Bellamy's a fabulous perfume. I didn't know
Well, they
Haris
came
was
from a fabulous time, so it fits right in with that generation. What's up, Stefan?
Stefan. Hi.
Ooh,
Pasha, I think
look at
Pasha's
this.
a good.
Pasha
I like
over
Pasha.
declaration. Hmm.
I might be in agreement. There. I really like Pasha though.
I really
I
like
think
Pasha too, but I don't know it enough to actually agree with this.
yeah, I'll tell you what I find about Pasha, right? I find that Pasha is like a forerunner to Le Male. I think Pasha laid the groundwork for something like Le Male to come out. The lavender,
Yeah, but you can't
big.
compare Le Male and Pasha. There's no comparison.
They're not the same perfume, but I think it's got this. I think it's got this huge, bold sort of like if you were to take out the vanilla from Le Male and exchange it with coffee, right? I think you've got like the walk the same sort of path, you know. I think there's definitely like some sort of there's definitely some sort of like I don't want to say tribute, but like inspiration, you know, like stylistically. I was thinking about Kurdijan the other day as well. You know, Kurdijan's outrageous. Kurdijan has like changed like everything a couple of times, like at least twice. If you
Okay,
think
how so?
Lamal, if you think Lamal in '95, right? Lamal was huge. Lamal broke all
Did it
sorts of
set off
molds.
trends though? Did it set off trends the same way the other one you're going to mention did?
I don't think that it was the same. I don't think that it was the same environment as it is now, as what Baccarat Rouge did. I think that you've got stuff that will just out and out copy stuff like brands are just fine to out and out copy other brands now. You know, it's acceptable in like perfume. I don't want to say society, but in perfume circles to just be like, oh, he has the same fragrance but like a tenth of the price. Whereas back in the day, in the mid '90s, I don't think it was that culture wasn't as established as what it is now.
Perfume wasn't nearly as big, even though it was like just a
Yeah,
short while ago. It wasn't nearly as big, was it?
exactly. The pond wasn't like the environment wasn't as big. The pond that we all live in. I mean, the perfume community is still pretty small.
It is
Um,
in comparison to
especially
other
when
places.
I mean, if you look at gaming, game's a fucking monument. Gaming's like a monolith compared to perfume.
But that's like a
Um,
legal addiction. It's unfair to compare gaming to anything else, to
I know,
watches
I
or.
know, I know. But then, I mean, me and you, people could say the same thing about me and you with perfume, couldn't they? It's like a legal addiction. Like,
But it's a
it,
it's a it's an odd one, right? It's an odd one because you can sit there and you play video games all day, but you perfume you wear it's quite a personal thing.
no, I get what you're
It's
saying.
more complex, I think, more complicated to break down and understand. And I'm not sure a lot of people want to invest the time in actually talking about, like, how long can you talk about a fragrance before it gets boring? You and me can do it, but there's not many others that are willing to.
No, I understand that. I do. I get that. I get that. You're right. Um, I just think that perfume is perfume's a smaller community, and it probably always will be. And in so far as insofar as I don't think it's ever going to get. I don't think there's any pathway for it to be as big as gaming. You know,
No,
uh,
not a chance. Not a
no, I
chance.
can't see it. I can't see it. I
Probably not.
quite like.
It's not even as big as watches.
Yes, that's
And it's
true as
weird
well.
because
Like,
it's certainly much more affordable and easier to
yeah,
access. Like if you want a Rolex, you got to go on a waiting list or buy something secondhand. You can't walk into Rolex and buy a Rolex. How weird is that?
it's strange. I tell you, you can't do that with cars at the minute. You know, cars are a nightmare to buy at the minute. My mate's been on a 6 month Richie G's been on a 6 month waiting list for a Dacia.
A what?
A Dacia, exactly. A what? Like a car brand, a car brand called Dacia, like Dacia,
It sounds like
Dacia.
like an
Sorry.
80s. It sounds like a
Yeah,
dad
yeah.
from the 80s.
They're a Romanian car, Romanian branded car. Richie G absolutely swears by them though. You get a lot of car for your money. They're cheap and cheerful.
Is he getting an
But
electric?
nobody's getting like a 1 liter thing, which will do like he lives in a really built up area. That's really all he needs. He doesn't do like massive travel. He's not like me. Like I live out in the sticks. He lives in Shields, South Shields, which is like a really built up area, and he only ever needs his car to like go to the shops and to work and home. So he wants like really good miles per gallon, and he just needs a little town car for getting around the doors. It's perfect for him and his lass. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Mm.
Um, but it's like he had to wait. He had to go on this waiting list for 6 months, and he's having to go to Scotland to pick it up. You know, you can't just go.
Damn.
It's because they can't get the parts. It's because they can't get the parts to build the cars at the minute. Microchips are a nightmare to get a hold of at the
That's what
minute.
they keep saying.
Yeah.
I keep hearing that. Savage is asking who has the best mainstream designer line.
Ooh. Ooh. I could say Dior. You could say Serge Vuitton.
Would you
Serge
consider
Vuitton.
Serge
Yeah,
Luton?
I was
I
gonna
would
say.
say more niche.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've said that, but I'm not sure.
At least their style is more niche. It's not. I wouldn't compare them to mainstream designers,
No.
even though they're easier accessible today than ever. I don't know. Hermes, Cartier, Chanel.
Hermes definitely. Cartier, Prada's got a really good line. Chanel, Dior. Um,
I can't get into Prada, man.
they're just irises. It's just everything's a theme on iris. Like everything's a theme. Like it's not necessarily their designer line. It's more just a general aesthetic.
Yeah,
You know, it's
right.
the general aesthetics, just iris, and it's not like world class iris. It's like I think it's a synthetic iris that they use. But the perfume, I think it's Daniela Andrier.
Mm.
I think she just knows how to use it, like, and people must be buying it up because, like, the sell. You know, the rarely like the flankers get discontinued as flankers I want to do, but you see stuff like Prada L'Homme that sells like a beast.
Yeah, it's popular.
Is it any good
Popular in the
though?
mainstream department. What did more sales, opium or poison? That's a good
Opium,
question.
opium,
You
got to
think?
be opium. Oh, it's got to be opium.
Opium also came, what, 20 years earlier?
Yeah, yeah.
70s versus
It was you
poison was
hear
what,
that.
80s? Okay, 10 years?
Yeah, I think opium simply because of like it's one of those cultural impact perfumes. You
I think
know, like
poison
if
was massive as well, though.
yeah, but you don't hear stories of people saying like, "Oh, my mother smells like oh every time I smell opium, I smell like me mother." You know what I mean? Everyone's everyone's always saying. I've heard loads of people say that like opium opium smells like someone I know. You know.
And not anymore. Not today. You don't have people wearing opium today unless their name is Rich Mitch. Le Lion or Borneo 1834? Le Lion. Borneo 1834 I revisited a few weeks ago, and I was surprised at how sweet it was. Are you familiar with Borneo?
Yeah, I've got the Graziel. I've got the Graziel version. I would love to smell the version. Yeah, I would love to smell the. I would love to smell the. Oh God, the version you've got.
The Shiseido bottles.
Yeah, the old bottles, you know.
Yeah.
But there we are. I think that Houdini is here. Welcome, Houdini.
Is he? I haven't seen him in a while. I hope everything okay with him. I was wondering about where is Houdini, because he's always around. I hope he's not just lurking. I hope when he comes and he says hello, because I do appreciate Houdini.
Yeah, I do appreciate Houdini as well. I love Houdini.
We joke sometimes on Instagram. We like to have a good laugh, but I appreciate Houdini big time.
I'll tell you, just going back to Iris for a second, right? I've been doing those zoologist videos, and Snowy Owl by Zoologist is Snowy Owl by Zoologist reminds me a lot of Tears of Iris. It's got a very similar Iris Oris sort of note. It'll be interesting to ask Victor or the perfumer if they used like an Oris butter or like a really expensive iris that goes into, or even like a captive iris that goes into like whoever makes like the Gucci perfumes. I would wear Koros on a hot summer day, yeah. Because I'll tell you why. It would be the older Koros because of the complexity of it. It would be a vintage one.
You don't think it'd be too much for the heat?
It depends. If you only sprayed one spray, you'd be fine. And I think actually it would really perform. It really like works.
I think one spray might work as long as it's not humid. You can wear it in the heat.
Yeah.
But in the humidity, I wouldn't. It'd probably give you a headache or just like fill your sinuses.
Yeah, you'd have to be careful. It's all about dosage.
Brito's causing. He's stirring it up.
You can't wear Koros in the summer heat of the zoo. Never offends anyone. But Remington is an animal. He's an animal for Koros.
Vintage lover.
He is a vintage lover. I'm a big fan. He's got some great stuff, to be fair, Remington.
In the world of amber patchouli, Eugene is Le Lion and Duck is Borneo. Oof.
Ooh, who says?
Vladimir. We need to get these two, Vladimir and Denby, on the stream together. This would be quite fascinating. We need to fish them out. But we need good bait. I feel like we need good bait because they've both been invited several times. And neither of them have bitten. I wonder what we'd need to use for bait.
Denby. I don't know.
Borneo gets credit for being more original in its dusty cacao patchouli accord, which predates Lidge and inspired Coromandel. Psychedelic.
Right.
But I don't think Borneo is better than It's not better than Coromandel. And Lidge is fantastic as well, without the E. I'm not a big fan of the Extreme.
I must admit, the one you sent me, I prefer the newer version of that to the one that everybody goes crazy for. And there's not a lot of difference, but it is there.
I'll be honest, I prefer the Eau de Toilette to the Extreme.
I've got the Eau de Toilette. I might do a comparison. at
I
some
prefer
point.
the patchouli in that.
Okay, I think that Agar Ebony by I've said this to you. I
I
think
don't
that
see that at all. And when you
Agar
keep,
Ebony.
yeah, you've said it several times, and I'm like, what is he talking about? And I almost think like you're comparing textures instead of the actual aroma, because I get
No, I don't
similar textures. It's gritty.
think so.
Like
Fair
from
enough.
Lidge, it's the cacao and patchouli. Um, it almost makes a sandpaper texture, and I get that same thing in Agari Ben.
No, I get it. I think there's a patchouli note. There's a dark warmth in Agar Ebony that smells like Lidge. There's like it's slightly papery as well.
Never
I'll tell you,
lurking,
Juma
always
Root.
jerking.
Sorry,
Never lurking, always jerking, says the Houdini.
always twerking.
Jerking.
No, he's twerking really. I tried to twerk, I'd break me back.
Oh, look who's chimed in here. Anouge on Opium versus Poison.
No, you're doing well
Opium versus
apparently.
Poison, strictly sales wise, is not a fair comparison, really. Apples and oranges, different launch eras, different eras as top dog fragrances. But he didn't answer the question, though, did he?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. You're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. He gave a response, but he didn't answer the question, which is
Which
okay
one was
too.
bigger? Which one was bigger, Anush? I think it was. I think it was opium. I think opium's one of those perfumes that everyone thought of. Like everyone could. Everybody sort of would like roll their eyes at like the. Um, everyone like would like sort of roll their eyes the same way they would do with the same way they would do with chorus. You know, everyone's reminded of a certain like type of person who wore opium, a certain type of person who wore chorus. The chorus man was like hairy chested mustache, 80s open shirt. Whether they should have dressed like that or not is irrelevant. That's just like the stereotype, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I want to say, like, the last few years, Guerlain, they haven't been doing anything special fragrance wise, but they've still got the best blotters in the game. I love the Guerlain,
Outrageous.
the Guerlain blotters. They're like chopsticks. Eh? Look at this. Couldn't pick
Outrageous.
much up, but they look like chopsticks.
Is there anything from Guerlain that is there anything from Guerlain that you haven't got that you would like to get? And not necessarily from the modern stuff, just generally
From
ever.
plastic?
From anything, from any of the stuff that they've gotten that they've sold before.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some of the discontinued pieces I wouldn't mind having. I don't think there's anything recent. Royal Extract, I've always wanted that, but that's a Harrods exclusive. Gouet à pain? Gouet à pain?
I think that Sebastian Furtado was talking about that the other day.
I wouldn't mind even trying that. Okay, I'm gonna spray Agari Ben and Lidge and see what the heck you're talking about.
Okay.
I can see what you mean, but I get it texturally. That's the bottle you want.
Which one? Let's have a look. Yeah, I've got that one. It just hasn't got a lid.
This is creamier and milkier. This has got
Than
that
the
tea.
Agar.
This has tea, which the Extreme doesn't have. Smoky tea.
I love
Oh,
tea as
fuck.
a
I
note.
forgot how good this is.
I love tea as a note. I think tea's an absolutely
There's
fantastic
like
note in
Lapsang
perfume.
tea in here.
Did you ever smell the Joe Malone teas?
Huh?
Did you ever smell the Joe Malone teas?
No. Dude, Agari Ben is not good. Great stream last night. Thanks for watching.
Agar Ben is not good.
Mm,
You're not a
not
fan.
to me. It's way too scratchy in a bad way. And I like scratchy perfumes, but I can't do this, man.
Whoever time you did love it.
I don't think so.
Jura Rose thinks this has got one of the most realistic Laotian oud notes.
Which?
But he's Agar Ebony. That he thinks it's got. Jura Rose said to me, he was like, if it hasn't got Laotian oud in it, it's got one of the most realistic Laotian oud accords that I've ever smelled. And I thought, I don't know that I like know what to say to that. I don't think I smell any oud or even anything resembling oud. You
It's
know?
agar, right?
Yeah, it's
So
wood.
there's a
It's like,
difference, apparently. I'm not the oud expert.
I'm not an oud expert. I've tried with ouds. I'm thinking that. I'm thinking that. I'm thinking that like I'm never gonna be able to come around to oud.
Yeah, I just don't care for it.
Yeah, it's not
I
my
mean,
thing.
there's so much good perfume out there that you don't need, it's not something that you need to add to your collection or your wheelhouse. A lot of people calling for Denby here. Denby, they're asking for you, man. They want your head. They want
That's
to
right.
see your head on the stream.
Danby, fetch that head.
Get your head on stream.
I've got his number. I
Do
might
ya?
give him a text. I might get in touch with him. I'll text him. You wait. If I go off, I'll come back on. Hold on a second.
Does
Hold a
anybody
second.
here like Agari Ben? And tell us what you like about it.
Where are you, Denby? There you are.
Anush says it's opium. Wow, you were right.
It definitely is a bigger seller. I would have thought, yeah. Definitely as a seller, I would have thought. Absolutely.
Oof. But he comes back. He says, but Poison was an insane game changer sales-wise when it launched. They used to have signs up in Paris that if you're wearing Poison, you weren't allowed to come into the restaurant.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
I guess it became a problem. Snowy Owl Perfumer is Don Spencer Hurst. So you've finalized the Zoologist samples. What are your final thoughts? What do you think about the brand as a whole? Do you have any favorites?
So what I've done is I've wrote down a list of 6 that I'm going to try on my skin, possibly 7. I will tell you right now. I revealed this list at the end of the video, so I'm not spoiling anything. Where am I? I've got a whole series, a whole playlist. If anybody's asked, so the ones that I'm going to try on skin are Moth, Hyrax, Bee, Camel, Chipmunk, and T-Rex. Possibly Snowy Owl as well, but I might just do that by myself. They're the ones that stood out to us on paper.
Yeah, okay. What
So
do you
I'm going
think
to
of Deer
try.
Musk?
I thought it was really bland, to be honest with you. I thought it was very.
I think you need to try it on paper. I think it's a
skin.
morpher on skin. Yeah, I think it's a morpher. A morpher. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it really needs canvas and it needs time to develop. Because I tried it on paper too, and I was like, what? I didn't understand it. But if you come back to the paper, you can see it changes a lot. And it's musk, right? Musk does weird things on paper and skin.
Yeah.
Musk needs time. It needs time to open up.
Well,
but I would say try that on skin.
What he did was, right, he sent me 2 deer musk, musk deer, and no panda by mistake. So I said in the video, I was like, I'm sure I remember you telling us that he does everything himself. You went to his laboratory and he was making samples up and he was doing everything with and he had a crimper
Yeah, he
So
had an assistant working with him.
yeah, I didn't want to give him a hard time because it's like, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's one sample out of like 20 basically. So, but he left a comment on my video saying, "Oh, sorry, I'll
Did
send
he?
you some panda." Yeah, he left a comment saying, "Sorry, I'll send you some panda." I was like, "Thank you very
On
much."
That's nice.
Um,
I think he
it is
shared.
nice.
I think he did share one video on his Facebook. I don't know if he shared any more. I saw one.
It's more, yeah, it's like a playlist sort of thing. It's an ongoing thing. I'm quite enjoying it. Like, when you asked us before how have I found the Zoologist, I think sampling the whole brand, right, has been really rewarding. Like, I'd never smelled any of them before.
Yeah.
Um, and I think sampling them all in this way, I've found really rewarding. Like, I've really enjoyed it, even though some of the fragrances I haven't liked. Um, Even though some of the fragrances I haven't like enjoyed and stuff like that, I've still found that trying them all as a brand, I think it's really good. I would recommend anybody to get the sample set if you wanted to like go on like a journey, if you
Mm,
wanted to, you know, that word journey, but you know, if you
yeah.
wanted to go on a if you wanted to go on a trip through some perfumes, it's a brilliant brand to do that with. There will almost certainly be something there for you, as there was for me. Um, I really enjoyed it. And like I say, I'm pretty convinced I'm going to get a bottle of something. I'm almost made up my mind. I want to try it on skin. Depending on what it does on skin, I'm pretty sure I'm going to buy it. But there's a couple of others that I'm on the fence about. There's a good chance I might end up with two or three of them, like, which is pretty good going.
Do,
Um,
which ones are you thinking?
I'm not going to say. I'm
Well,
not
you've
going to say.
already said you've mentioned. I know you've mentioned one for sure in your videos.
Yeah, Hyrax. Like, I'm pretty sure I want to get Hyrax.
Okay.
Depend what it does on the skin. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure. I sent Denby the link, and I think he's going to come.
Yeah, he asked. He said he'll come on for 5 minutes if we drop the link.
Jura Rose is taking credit.
Or what? I thought Jura Rose left.
Jura Rose did, but he's texted us and said, "Haha, yeah, Denby's coming on."
He's not even here, and he knows what's going on. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Crazy.
Craziness.
Hilarious.
Eagerly.
Canadian gentleman Matthew Mealig is my favorite. Oh wow.
I got a couple of Matthew Melegs off someone as well that were sent to me. They were sent to me privately by a good friend.
Mm.
There are many good people in the fragrance community. There are many dicks as
Right,
well.
what's happening?
Oh,
What's up,
Brian.
guys?
How you doing, Brian?
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and
No?
clear.
Oh.
Dude, the craziest shit happened last night.
Okay, so tell us. This is so fast, and I'm sorry for laughing. It's not laughing at your
No, that shit's kind of funny because like I should have known better. But I have a shelf, because I had my perfumes like on a table before, but then I was like I kind of want them on a shelf to like see them on display more. So I put them and arranged them all, and it was like kind of leaning a little bit once I was done with it. But I was like, I moved it around and it wasn't moving or anything, so I was like, it'll be fine. And then me and my girl went to sleep, and then at like 3 a.m. I just hear all of them crashing down, like and just shattering, and I woke up so scared because like I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Probably thought it was a nightmare.
Yeah, that's what I thought, and yeah, it just scared me out of my sleep, and I was like, fuck. And I just look at all my perfume just laying on the ground,
Fuck.
and we just started picking everything up, and there was like glass everywhere, and it was like 8 bottles that got
Which
shattered.
ones? Which ones?
So it was Queer Canage, which I had just got in last weekend. So I hadn't even gotten able to wear it.
Better Queer
Ballade
Canage
Sauvage.
than Queer de Russie.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, none of my only one Chanel got shattered from my exclusives, and it was Jersey.
Oh man.
Yeah, but all my other Chanels were fine. But it's still
Yeah.
tragic. Yeah, and like I said,
It is a tragedy. Yeah.
yeah, it's so fucking. I was so mad, bro. I was like, damn. But I mean,
Which
at least it's stuff that I can get back. It's not like some crazy vintage like Rich has.
which other ones did you
Oh,
lose?
so yeah, it was Queer Canage, Balat Savage, Dior as well. And Dior Home Sport from 2012 that I got from the Perfumer.
Okay,
Uh,
that's a nightmare.
one of my Celines went to Cologne Française.
Oh,
Oh
Uh,
man.
what else? What else? I'm looking
wow.
right now.
And I look at my shelves and they're buckling in the center, right? They're
Oh,
Dude, just yeah, I think you need to. That shit is scary because if that shit happens, I'd cry because of how many you
I just
have.
keep loading them, right?
Yeah, just get another shelf. Because yeah, I think I do remember you saying something about they were like denting in.
Yeah, they're definitely caving. You can see right
that's
here.
grim.
There's a cave right there.
What have you
That's
guys been
grim.
up to today, though?
Oh man.
Everybody in the chat had a better day than me. I can guarantee you
That's
that.
tragic, dude. I'm so sorry to hear that. Are you
No,
going to
yeah.
replace any of those perfumes?
Oh, dude, I also Rose and Queer went one of my favorites, and Portrait.
Oh,
That shit
What
is terrible,
what was the grand total in loss?
dude. Probably like at least a rack, for sure.
oh,
$1,000?
Yeah, at least
Dude,
probably
that's
maybe a
way
little
more than
over.
$1,000.
Yeah, probably like 14 or 1,500. Because let's see, it was two malls,
What
two
size?
Dior, just 100 mil.
That's
Um,
$800 Canadian right there for two
but I
bottles.
didn't get get them retail. I got them off eBay
Okay.
at
right.
least. So
What else? You
um,
lost Pierre Canage. What size?
Kirkinage 125 mil.
That's $300 Canadian.
Yeah,
And not only that, like you can't even find it.
yeah, it's so hard to find. Like I told you guys, I like got a bundle for Kirkinage and Terabella for a really good price. I think I paid like 298 or 300 US for
Hmm.
both of them. So it was a really good deal. But still,
What
it's
size
fucked
was your
up.
Celine?
100 mil.
Yeah, that's $300 here. What size
Those
was
are
Jersey?
200 mil, but I got that one for a steal as well
That's
on eBay.
$500.
Dude, I don't even want to think about it. Fuck. God damn.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I didn't want to put you in the worse mood than you were.
It's okay. It's okay. Shit happens, you know. Like
It
you say,
does.
you can't attach yourself too much to it. But it's
No,
hard not.
you don't get attached in that way. It's certainly not something you think about. Like I never lose sleep thinking my shelves are going to cave and I'm going to lose bottles
Yeah.
and I'm screwed, but it just sucks. It sucks.
Yeah.
It's horrible. I'm really sorry to hear that you lost 9 bottles of fragrance because your shelves collapsed and you lost sleep over it like in the middle of the night. Did it wake
Yeah,
anyone
dude.
else up?
3 a.m. No, no. It just me and my girl. So
What'd
we
your
just
girlfriend
woke up.
say?
She was just like, fuck. Like, she was just like, oh my God, and just helping me. And then I was like, because she was like, it was just too heavy. And I was like, yeah, I guess. But it wasn't like moving, like, because like I said, I like tipped it or like was moving it to make sure it wasn't like going anywhere. And they weren't sliding anywhere. So, like, the perfume just kind of slid off the shelf. Like, the shelf itself was still standing when I like woke up.
It slid off the shelf?
Yeah.
I thought the shelf collapsed. How did they slide off the shelf?
Like
Did
the
you
I don't
shelf
know.
grease
I
them
must
guess.
up?
have buckled a little bit, and they've just sort of like it's gone at like the front of the shelf, and it's like the
Yeah.
shelf sort of leaned a bit, and they've just slid off. I know what you're saying.
Damn. I lost 3 Lummy Dials in one. Like I turned around and I kicked them. They were on the ground and kicked them right into the wall. And they chopped the heads
Yikes!
off of it. and I
Dude,
felt
but
bad.
at least I didn't lose any of my Hermes or any Hermes. At least.
Yeah.
Well, you lost some good stuff.
Yeah, still some good stuff.
Are you going to replace them all, or are you going to replace any of them?
Probably some of them. You know, like definitely like Rose and Queer, because that was like one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I'm not in a hurry to replace Queer Canage just because sometimes the prices are crazy. But if I find a reasonably priced bottle, then and Balat
Do you know
Sauvage
what?
you can find on eBay and stuff for like pretty cheap price. It's nothing spectacular either. It's just really
Yeah.
a summer perfume.
Get sturdier shelves, Eugene. Those IKEA shelves are crap. Your guides insist. They are crap. I like them just because they're white and they're clean and they're easygoing. Holy fucking hell, guys. Hang on to your Habit Rouge because we got the Nightcrawler here.
Pretty cheap price. Nothing.
Yeah, buddy!
Shit.
In the flesh. Everybody. Yeah!
Yeah.
Let's go.
Man,
Hello,
it is
guys.
an honor and our pleasure to have Denby in the chat and on video.
Hello. Thanks for having me, Eugene.
Is this the first time?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
absolute very first time. It's so good to see you, to put a face to a name. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence.
What did you think I looked like? Based on my discourse in the chat.
I don't know.
I thought you were like a very preppy
Yeah.
university grad, clean cut, probably white shirt and the tie.
No, yeah, that's not my style, man.
How would I know? How would I know?
Nah, I kind of see it because like Denby's comments would be really funny. Like he'd be in the chat going crazy sometimes.
Right, but they're very like elegantly put. They weren't
Yeah.
trashy. They were very like sophisticated. This is almost like I feel like the first time I saw Rich Mitch on camera when he surprised us. Were you there?
Dude, I had to go back and watch that live stream.
Rich looked exactly how I expected, to be fair. I didn't,
Yeah.
Yeah, because when he said he was a Geordie, I could kind of get a sense of what he would look like.
Yeah, we all have this sort of Viking sort of vibe going on, like beard, no hair, sort of thing. You know, you can imagine we're coming up the beach off our boats to like come and claim your gold and steal your women.
So wait, did I mishear that, Brian? Have you lost loads of fragrances or something? What's happened?
Yeah, like they slid off my shelf and I lost like 8 fragrances. They just shattered.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
Okay.
Do you know anyone personally here, Denby?
No, I've never met anyone in the reels, but I do chat to Dura over WhatsApp quite a bit. So,
whereabouts are you from?
I'm from London, South London.
Okay.
But I've lived in various places. I'm back in London now. But I used to live in Tokyo, Berlin, all over. Yeah.
All right, nice. I'm still like, holy shit, Denby's here.
Well, the reason I don't come on is because I've got a MacBook here, which is from 2014, which may as well be the Stone Age, right? With Macs. So I usually go to the streams on my phone, but my phone front camera is broken. So, there we go.
And it looks like you're what are you, an artist? Like, what do you do? I see paintings in the back. I see, what is that?
I can't take credit for Mama's work. This is my mum's house. I've just moved back because I've just finished a master's degree. I'm about to do a PhD. Neuroscience is my line of work. But before that, I worked in advertising and all sorts of things. So, yeah, this and that. But yeah, mum's into the art quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Savage. Savage Intolerance. I'm straight, and that's a handsome man. I gotta agree. Like, you're very easy on the eyes, man. You're a very handsome man.
Thank you. I'll take it.
I imagine you hydrate a lot. You take care of yourself.
I think it's just beige don't age, which is a subset of black don't crack, right? My dad's from Jamaica, so I think I've got that, side to me. I'm trying to imagine what Drew also said. He didn't think I would look like this based on my WhatsApp display picture. I think Drew said he thought I'd be like a 50-year-old man, which I'll take because I have always been a bit of a kind of curmudgeonly kind of dude.
Yeah.
So, which you probably get a sense of in the chat. Which also is half of that is based on like if you've ever been to like South London, like growing up in South London, it's very much like ripping your mates is like cultural currency in a sense. Do you know what I mean? Like some of the stuff I used to say to my group of friends at school would have got me in like the Hague for war crimes. Like it was like so bad. So I think I bring that line with me often, and a lot of people do often say like you're a bit fucking a bit intense online, but yeah, I think in real life I'm pretty chill.
Oh, that's good. That's good to see. Good to know.
Yeah.
It's
Remington without the do. Okay. Hey, Jura. Okay.
Denby needs a wrench. I think if we gave Denby wrench, he'd block
It'd be
everything.
bad times. It'd be bad times. I'd be taking off a lot of heads. I've got a lot of people.
Yeah, the chat would be dead. I imagine there'd be nobody chatting.
Yeah, it'd be Stalin-esque for sure. Yeah, exactly.
So what kind of things do you do for fun when you're not on You Smells Good live stream?
Well, I'm not often not on the live streams. I don't get up to too much actually. No, I go out here and there. I used to be a lot more social before COVID, and just like going back to uni and stuff. But yeah, I like to go out. I used to do a lot more exercise than I do.
Are you dating?
Occasionally, yeah.
Occasionally.
Listen, that.
Keep it exciting, right?
I used to train quite a lot of MMA actually, which I was interested to hear. You were quite a big UFC fan, Eugene. You did some Muay Thai yourself, right?
Yeah. Back in the day when I was
same. I haven't done it since before COVID, but I used to do a lot of like freestyle wrestling and Muay Thai and stuff, and got the neck problems. So do you know what I mean? It's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great way to keep you in shape, especially the cardio.
Oh, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah. But yeah, COVID just kind of, so I started my master's degree just as I did COVID, my 2-year master's. And it's just, I've definitely become way more of a hermit since COVID. Like, even though obviously everything's now reopened in London, it's like, I haven't just quite got back into that kind of social groove I was in, which is probably for the best, to be honest. I was doing a lot of sort of extracurricular activities, which is probably a good thing that I've reined that in a little bit. So yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned something once in the chat. Do you write poetry, or do you just take jabs at guys that write poetry?
No, I actually love it. I do love the verbose, florid reviewers. I absolutely love it. To be fair, I like how they've all got their distinct styles, and I was just trying to tap into like what makes each one unique. No, I love all the more kind of esoteric and bullshit you get with me, the better. Like that's what really gets me going. I love shit like that. So
yeah,
it's all fun. It's all in fun.
Guys, if you have any questions, Rich or Bri for Denby, fire away.
No, I don't know. I'm just sitting here.
What are you into? Like, oh, go ahead, Rich.
I was just going to say I'm going to be off in about 10 minutes because I need to sleep. I'm up early tomorrow. But you are in kit. Sorry?
I do own. Someone said, "Imagine that guy in New York Intense." I do own that. And actually, you two talked a lot of shit about Parfum de Nikolai, haven't you, in your day? Yeah.
I don't think either of us are fans of Nikolai.
Yeah, come on, guys, what's going on? It's basically, the fucking Guerlains. It's a little bit like the last Guerlain, still doing work. I don't know. I was shocked when I heard you didn't like it, but you don't like the aroma chemical usage, right?
Man, I get a weird buzz from it, and it's just like it's there from the very beginning to the end, and I just can't get it out of my mind. I'm not sure what it is.
No, she is quite judicious, and then the opposite of judicious. She's quite not heavy-handed with the woody ambers, but she definitely uses them as a supporting backbone in all her fragrances. I think she uses them quite elegantly, but I can see why they could strike a chord with someone. They've got this almost like a gloss to them, like a varnish, I find, which I could see you could find as quite annoying, but I think they're great.
Right.
I think they're like, I think the actual woody ambers is like takes like a Guerlain structure and kind of diffuses some light into it. But I can see why that could be annoying if you're not really into that sort of thing. I'm a big fan. I'm always in their boutique in London chatting to the girls. So
you like all of their offerings?
I haven't found anything I don't like. I don't wear
patchouli. Rich, what was the patchouli called?
Patchouli Intense.
You're a fan of that?
I don't wear that myself. As a kind of statement-making green fragrance, I think it's pretty good. And I actually smell that quite often in central London off the rich Arab crowd. I think it's taken off a little bit in that contingent, but it's not something I wear. But then again, a lot of stuff I like, I don't wear. Like I was saying this to Julia the other day, I might start an actual archive and in my collection, because I have these fragrances I like, and I like them as references and like to smell them. But when my sample runs out, I don't actually wear them myself, so I don't have them in my collection. It'd be nice to just kind of pick stuff up here and there. But like, yeah, I'm a big fan of Nicolai. I'm sorry, I go hard for her. Like, yeah, I'm a big fanboy of Nicolai. So yeah, just here to kind of defend her.
So still a fan of Guerlain, or does it like, are you a fan up until a certain point of time?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much died a death right in the late 90s, early 90s. So, you know, it is what it is. It's kind of I see it as a museum now. Something. Do you know what I mean?
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Not a fan of Wasser's work.
You asked me this the other day, and I can't even. I mean, what is he?
You know, you respond, and I never know how to take you. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
you never know like how to take this guy. Because sometimes you say leave Wasser alone with tears, right? And then you're making fun of him. Like, I'm not sure. Like, so I don't take it.
With me, it just depends on the direction the wind's blowing. Like, I kind of decide to go on Demachi or Wasser. But no, Wasser, he's supremely talented.
Like today, you said leave Renault alone with tears.
Yeah, leave Renault alone, guys. You know, he's got some oil sheiks he needs to kind of, you know, make some money for, you know?
Yeah. Leave everybody alone. Like,
listen, guys, not everyone wants to smell like, what was it, a chimney in a Catholic church all the time. You know, sometimes we just want a little bit of ice soup, a little bit of unboxing, and we want to, you know, have a dance in Dubai and have a good time, you know?
Marjorie Louise saying Denby is handsome. And I think, you know, if I had an accent like Denby, I think I'd get lucky, like a little bit luckier with the women. You know, it would definitely help.
I'm sure you do all right, Eugene. I'm sure you do all right.
I think it would help.
But no, that's it. He's obviously very talented, and like you can look at his reformulations just as kind of evidence of that. Like I think he's done fantastic with the reformulations of the classics. But fuck you, Houdini. But he, I think he's been kind of a little bit constrained in what he can do within the company. Obviously, like it seems like they've just got him on a fucking leash doing Petite Robe Noir flankers constantly, like he's a little hamster on a wheel.
He's in a tight position, right? Where he knows there's a crowd like that loves Guerlain, and then he's got to make money for the brand.
Yeah.
And I know he's not happy doing what he's doing because he's mentioned several times he can't stand doing Le Petit Robe Noir flankers or Shalimar flankers, right? Just like you said, he's on a leash. But
I think I think he like, and also what I've quite enjoyed about him is in his interviews, he does seem to be self-aware to an extent. Like he kind of like, look, this is the deal, you know, this is what I'm working within. Like he's not giving you the kind of sales piece bullshit of like, this is a rare potion that I concocted like on my collar. You know what I mean? He kind of knows that he's there as a business.
Yeah, he knows he has to shit the bed every once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what will be the kind of future now that he's stepping away creatively, and I guess it's Delphine's taking over. I wonder if her style will come to the fore or not. Like,
I think he'll always have a say, even if she's creating.
Yeah. No, I mean that's a good thing. Like I always say, like art direction is almost as important as just letting a perfumer run wild. And I think that's something that is missing in indie perfumery. It isn't necessarily that there's I don't find there's often a massive deficit in skill between a kind of industry perfumer and indie perfumer. I think the art direction comes a lot into it, and then the lack thereof. If you're just on your own, you know, in your bedroom and these potions.
Do you think it's a lack of art, like a lack of artistic creativity, or is it the more creative you get, like it's known that you're going to make less money?
Oh yeah, no,
sell less perfume.
No. What I mean is though, you know, there's obviously there's often there's the crowd that love the indie perfumers and the crowd that love the industry perfumers, right? And often the criticism level that like indie perfumers is that their work lacks refinement or whatever it may be. But the point I'm making is I don't think that's often like results from a lack of their actual raw skill. I think it's because they don't have, you know, 2 to 3, 4 people with experience in the industry giving them art direction. You know, here's mod 1. Okay, this is pretty good, but maybe, you know, take this down. Okay, here's mod 2. I think that process is actually really crucial for creating really, really good perfume. And I think it's very, very rare that someone can self-sufficiently art direct themselves.
Yeah,
it's often missing. I know a lot of indie perfumers use their friends and family, but it's not the same as having Vasir as your art director. Do you know what I mean? It's a little bit different.
Yeah. So they're asking for a top 5 from you, and I know you wrote this in the comments a few weeks back, but I'll let you say it for them.
It can change though. It can change. I'll put Mitsuko and Shalimar in there, and this is in any order. So that's 2 gone already.
I think I remember you saying Bundy.
Yeah, well, that was a top 10 now. This is a top 5. Bundy's not going to make the top 5.
Okay, so we got Mitsuko and Shalimar.
It's going to be a boring list, so in the top 5, because I'm going to have to say Chanel number 5, because for me, these is not my personal top 5. Do you want a subjective or an objective one?
Let's get your personal.
I really enjoy wearing. Okay.
Let's say the top 5 fragrances you've worn most in the last year.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go with Andy Towers' Akudu Desert. All Air du Desert Americaine. I wear that a lot. Timbuktu by Duchefort. There's a perfume that many people probably haven't smelled, but it's Colonia by Rasse 4, and it's this kind of iris, tobacco, plum thing. It's unbelievable. I said to Drew Rose, when I run out, I'm killing myself. He doesn't make it. I bought 10 bottles.
Life's not worth living anymore, eh?
Yeah, I pulled a Rich Mitch with the Balenciaga, and I got that heavy in the collection. And when that runs out, it's over for me, like night. So what have I said? Akudu Desert, Timbuktu, Colonia. What else do I really like that I wear? New York Intense I wear a lot, so that's got to be in there.
Okay.
But for me, that is all, like, I could swap Heritage in there too. Those two kind of, they fill the same role for me. Oh, what else? This is tough, man. I'm trying to think what I like, because I haven't worn perfume that much lately. There's a Sultan Pasha Attar, Arum du Encore. It's like a rose oud jasmine. Sounds really simple, but you got to try it. It's absolutely disgustingly good. So yeah, probably those. But that can change, like, depending on the season. That's just kind of what I've been looking for lately. But objectively, it's just going to be the classics like Mitsuko, Shalimar, Chanel number 5, Kuros, Opium. Like, I can just, that's easy. But yeah. But again, there's things I respect as pieces of art, but I don't wear them. It's like, even if I own the Mona Lisa, I wouldn't hang it in my living room. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Is there anything that you respect or can appreciate from, let's say, the last 10 years?
Last 10 years. Yeah, you know what I thought was really good as a kind of something that can appeal to the mainstream, but I thought had some artistic value was Ganymede. I thought Ganymede was really good, which I know Rich doesn't like very much.
I've tried it, but I don't remember it. Like, it was so quick.
I think it's really good. I think it's a unique accord that has kind of intelligence to it, but also you smell it in the air and people love it, And it's also very distinctive in that I don't think I've ever smelled anything like it before, and I think I would be able to put one test for me, which I like with perfumes, is can I pull them out of the air? Like when I walk into a cloud of them, can I say, "Ooh, that's
do they stand out?"
Exactly, and that's actually why I really like Baccarat Rouge. I think it's a very distinct perfume in the air.
You like Baccarat Rouge?
Well, as a technical piece of work, I think it's really good. Yeah,
I agree with you.
I would never wear it. Like candy floss, like, are you crazy?
Yeah,
I wouldn't wear that. I think it's distinctive accord. I think it's technically brilliant.
Right.
I smell it in London a lot, and the clones, but same thing.
When it came out, it was unique and new. There was nothing quite like it.
Yeah, so Portrait of a Lady is like that too. I can walk into the Sillage on the tube in London, and I know it's Portrait straight away, or a clone. So that's a good marker of a good perfume for me, is that distinctive Sillage. So yeah, Portrait, is that 10 years? About 10 years, right?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Ganymede. I mean, we might even say Aventus. Do you know what I mean? We might even have to go to Aventus. I mean, Aventus not so much, but yeah, I'm not sure about Aventus actually. I'm not sure. I think it's okay. I don't think it's that great. Baccarat Rouge is definitely better than Aventus.
So,
but yeah.
How did you get into fragrance? Like, how did you find this space? Like the obsession. Like, you're obviously very familiar with the history and technical aspects, and the passion is there. How did this all happen for you?
So I guess my thing is, like, normally when I get into something, I'm a bit of a perfectionist, or at least a bit of a deep diver. So I'd always just had perfume bought for me until 2013, when I decided to buy my own perfume. I was moving, and I bought my first perfume I ever bought myself was Le Labo Patchouli 24. Which is kind of an interesting one. But I'll be honest, like, people say it's quite a divisive fragrance. Everywhere, so I bought that when I went to Tokyo. I worked for 3 years in Tokyo, which is apparently a fragrance phobic place to be, right? People don't like strong smells. I would fucking bathe in that stuff, go out onto the underground, go to work in it, and people loved it. So Yeah, that was Patchouli 24, and I bought that, and then I thought, oh, it's interesting. I've never really smelled anything like this. I thought perfume was just kind of, the kind of next evolution of deodorant. That's kind of how I saw it before, right? A kind of fresh, pleasant smell. But Patchouli 24 is obviously heavy birch tar, kind of resinous, leathery. And I was thinking, this is interesting that the different genres of perfume. And then I started to see it as a bit more of an actual art form in a sense. And I just, when I got back from Japan, I just started to go crazy. Started to actually make accords and stuff for a while, but academia, I don't do that anymore. But yeah, and I just really got into it, and just here I am, on a stream at midnight, chatting to some Canadian guy in a fucking Geordie. I'm Bri. Right. Where are you from, Bri?
North Carolina.
Okay, nice. Okay.
Yeah. Now that you mentioned Patchouli 24, have you tried the Hoarder Sanitatis from the Gucci line?
I haven't. Gets a lot of acclaim from these two, but I haven't.
Do you find similarities to Patchouli 24, Eugene? I find a lot of similarities between them.
Slightly. I think the Patchouli 24 might be more bitter with that birch tar.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're both great. They're both great, and it's actually a pretty good comparison to make.
Yeah, I find them very similar. A lot of similarities.
Patchouli 24 is a great fragrance, but I find it's a tough reach. It's a tough wear.
Bacon. Eau de bacon, right? It's very like barbecue sauce.
Yeah, it's very aggressive.
Very smoky.
Yeah, very phenolic.
I need to prepare for it mentally. It's not something I just wake up and say, that's what I'm going to wear. Like, I need to get ready for it.
But do you think that might be slightly kind of just a kind of psychosomatic thing in that? Because again, I wore it and I didn't know anything else, right? It was not like I had an armory to reach for, and it was just, this is perfume. The kind of functional role it played in my life was quite simple. So I didn't need to think twice about it. Like,
I imagine it's something you could easily get used to, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And with fewer sprays, it'd be more palatable. But how do you feel about Patchouli 24 today, like 10 years after you've discovered it?
I nipped into a Le Labo boutique maybe like a year ago and just kind of checked it out for reference. I don't have a bottle anymore. It smelled pretty much the same to me, so it seems like they've kept the formulation strong, and it brought back a lot of memories, obviously. I think it might be a little bit too monolithic these days. I tend to go for things that are a little bit more nuanced. Although it does, obviously, it starts very phenolic and then it ends very vanillic. So it is a two-stage composition in a good way. Like if you smell it at hour 1 and then come back at hour 9, you might not even think it's the same fragrance. Like so it does have some complexity in that respect. But I like things that are a bit more prismatic in a sense. Like at every point there are multiple facets I can pull, and I find in my memory of it, it's a little bit more of a wall of fragrance.
I think a lot of modern perfume is like that, though. They're using less and less materials in modern perfume than they used to, let's say 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? So they're not as complex. They don't develop as much. It's more like, like classic perfume used to play out like a song, and today they come out from the center, right?
Yeah. I think it's more legible, modern perfumery, which is a kind of trade-off I think you have to make. You can either go for abstractness or you can go for like legibility. And I think abstractness probably rewards more time and patience with the composition. But legibility can be fun as well. Like a really vivid, hyper-realistic note is not something you find in classic perfumery. I'm thinking of something like Figueroa Concentré, like that kind of bitter orange opening. You don't find something like that before the 90s, at least, which is cool. I prefer abstractness, but I can see why legibility can be a thing, which can also be a thing you can go for as a perfumer. I don't think it's necessarily always a bad thing, but I would like both. I mean, give me both, right? I'm greedy,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Sorry, Rich was going to say something. I didn't want to cut him off, but I did.
I don't know. When was I going to say something? I was going to say something ages ago when Denby mentioned Ganymede. I'm not against Ganymede as much as I'm against a lot of modern sort of niche perfumes, if that makes sense. There's a lot of modern stuff that I think smells like bad. There's a lot of modern designer stuff that smells bad. I think that Ganymede is what Ganymede is trying to do. If I was going to buy a fragrance that smelled like Ganymede, or did what Ganymede tries to do, I think Ganymede's probably your best option. You know,
Okay.
like that modern niche with the mineral notes at the minute are a big thing. It's a blue. It's not a blue fragrance, but it's got that
Yeah,
salty,
I agree.
mineralic sort of blue sort of thing. If I was going to get it, if I didn't already have Bleu de Chanel, I would probably buy like a Ganymede. It is interesting. It is very well made.
Yeah.
It's just not my. You were right when you said it. It's like Rich doesn't like it. It's not something that I like as a perfume, but I appreciate it for what it is. It's a little bit more like nuanced. But if you were to say it was like, do I prefer it over something like I don't know, it's like Koros or Paco Rabanne, then no, because that's just my taste.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Pavarotti.
Pavarotti, no. Pavarotti's absolutely sensational. I was also going to say something to Denby as well. He mentioned a perfume there that I actually have, and I was going to say I'd send him some if he wanted to have it, but if you'll have to remind us which perfume it was. You mentioned a perfume earlier that you said you wanted to smell.
No.
Sorry?
Well, one that I own or one that I want to smell?
No, one that you wanted to smell.
I can't remember.
You mentioned one when you were talking before.
I've talked a lot of rubbish, so God knows.
Was it an Amouage?
I've got it.
The chat.
Sorry?
The chat remind us.
Was it an Amouage? What
No,
did we
it
talk
wasn't.
about? We talked about Amouage. We talked about some Hermes.
I saw someone in the chat say, "Do I like Papillon?" I'm a big fan of Papillon. Big fan of Liz Moore's, not only for the perfume, but just
Yeah.
He's
got a couple of things that are worth appreciating.
Yeah. But no, big fan of Papillon. Anubis would be in my top 10 personal picks. It could have made the top 5, for example. I'm a big fan of Anubis, which is another big phenolic, smoky perfume. I've got a bit of a penchant for them, but yeah, no, I agree with what you said about Ganymede, Rich. It's not for me either. I don't own it, for example. My brother owns it, actually. He wears it all the time. Yeah, it's a good one, but I agree. It's not the genre I like. And in the air, it does just smell like, I was saying to Drew, it smells like spaceship air or something. It has this...
Yeah. It's got a futuristic sort of vibe to it.
Like it's kind of this new form of freshness, I guess. And it doesn't do anything for me, like personally. It doesn't take me anywhere when I wear it. It's
sort of like what H24 was trying to be. You know, like H24 was going for that futuristic, metallic, bionic sort of like you but extra sort of thing. You know, like cyborg, like person of the future sort of thing. It's got that about it. I thought B683, which is a road in England. I thought B683 was quite good. I wasn't a huge fan of the X-Ray, but I'm guilty of that thing where I associate retail price with what I actually think of it. And 50 mil for the best part, best part 300 quid for 50 ml is just like, it wants to be, like I say, it wants to be doing the housework when I'm outside. You know what I mean? It wants to be a really good perfume for that. It wants to be able to do the taxes. It wants to be able to but it doesn't do that. The B683 is like, it's not great.
It's very similar to Ganymede with just more of a suede in it. It's got like a suede roll thing going on.
It's got that saffron thing as well, like a spicy madness.
I think Ganymede is almost like, what is it called? B68, whatever it's called. It's like a kind of piece of rock, which is nice to look at. But Ganymede is like the perfume is chipped away and created a statue. Like Ganymede's in there, but it's like the actual refined piece of work that was kind of waiting to be found, because Ganymede came afterwards. I think you can see him working to that, if that makes sense. I think it's better. But I agree, it's not for me, Ganymede, personally.
Not something you would wear.
No,
but you have worn it.
Yeah, I mean, I bought it. I let my brother sample it, and he loved it, so I bought him a bottle for his birthday. He wears it all the time. It smells good. Again, it smells fresh in the air. It smells nice. Lots of people love it, but no, not for me.
Are you into vintage at all?
Sorry, Eugene. Somebody in the chat's actually got it. Interference. It's Hortus Sanitatis. I've got some Hortus Sanitatis. I'll send you some if you want some. so you can have a
thank
smell of it.
Appreciate
Because
that.
it's apparently you can't get it in England. Apparently it's like a Berlin exclusive, and that's where I got mine off Christoph from Germany. So
if you know Berlin, that's probably quite an apt Berlin exclusive, like a toxic chemical.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah. If I remember, I'll sort them out, and I'll get an address off you tomorrow.
We'll talk on my side.
I sound. I'm going now, Eugene, because I'm going to sleep. I will be off. Thank you very much, Bri, Denby,
All right.
Eugene, Jura, everyone.
Good night, Rich.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you for having us. I will see you again soon. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
I was going to ask, are you into vintages? Do you spend money on vintages? Do you do the chasing?
Yeah, so I don't do it as kind of a blanket thing, but if there's a fragrance I like and the vintage is like demonstrably like, if it's like I can actually in a blind test tell it's better, I'll try and stock up a vintage if it's cheap. I won't sell my arm and a leg for it. Like I'm not, if the current smells good enough to me, and I'm not kind of stupid enough to buy the vintage and think, fuck, that's better. I'll just stick to the current. No, I haven't got like, Rich Mitch, Ramsey style archives of, the last 40 years of perfumery in my loft. No. But I do own a few vintages of certain things I like. Like I've got some vintage Guerlains from the late 80s, early 90s, the perfume, the toilettes. I have, a few things here and there, but I'm not like a serious vintage guy.
Yeah. Kind of like me, I assume.
If it was cheap, I probably would have more.
Yeah. I'm the same way. If it's affordable and it kind of falls into my hand and I don't need to chase it around, sure, I'm all for it. But I'm not the type of guy that's going to spend hours online looking for, vintage Abbey Rouge Eau de Cologne, even though I'd love to have it. But,
I'd be wary of any cologne vintage as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
In terms of the volatility of the composition. But like the Guerlains I found, the vintage Guerlains, they were just got them for like 15, 20 pounds in a pharmacy in central London that had just, been forgotten by time, down one of these back streets. So yeah, I think that adds to the magic of it as well. Instead of having like eBay saved searches and waking up at 4 a.m. being like, oh my God, you're the best. You know what I mean?
You got to put in the last minute bid.
Yeah. Sniping, as they call it.
So what's your collection shaped like? What does it look like? Do you chase certain brands, perfumers, genres?
I'm pretty much like agnostic to brand, as in I don't have the approach that you have where you like to collect. You like to find a brand you like and you like to collect, right?
Yeah.
The full breadth of I find I find one or two I like, and I just like to pick those. So I'm a bit of a kind of perfectionist. I'll often try and find the best in terms of subjectively from the line that I like, and I just choose that. I like to have my Chanel, my blah blah. I don't have any Dior's, but do you know what I mean? So in terms of Chanel, I've got Coromandel. I'm thinking about getting Le Lion, but because those are my sort of speed, if that makes sense.
Get it?
I didn't like Le Lion initially. I was
What's that?
I didn't like Le Lion initially. It wasn't really my
I
thing.
remember hearing you saying something about your stepdad.
Yeah, so it's a funny story. So I had a sample, like a 10 ml decan. And I remember smelling it and thinking, no, it's nice. Obviously, like if you like Shalimar, you're gonna like Le Lion. But even though I don't think they smell that similar, but I just thought, it doesn't really. It's not. I wouldn't buy it over Shalimar, for example. And then gave that sample to my stepdad, who started wearing it, and the sillage was fucking incredible. I'd smell it from my room, and he'd be 2 floors down. Like I was like, what's going on? What is this incredible leathery kind of incense that's coming like wafting up the stairs? And he was like, I'm wearing Lily on, and he ended up buying himself a bottle for his birthday, and it smells great on him. So I'm like, Jesus, man, that's good. I think the sillage smells better than just smelling it like this, which is a better way to smell perfumes in general. Like you never smell it smelling stuff like
it's not the real thing. But so you weren't really enthused about it until you smelled it on someone else.
I still think Shalimar is more complex. I think that Shalimar is a more complex, fully realized version of that idea. But I would say this about Le Lion, it might be more singular and thus more striking, if that makes sense. It's a little bit like, Shalimar has more like accessories. Like it's like Shalimar is like a dress with lots of like parts to it, and maybe Le Lion is like the little black dress. It's a bit more striking in the same form though.
I see it striking like lines, vertical lines, triangular points. Shalimar is almost wet in the heart, right?
No, you're right. It does have this. I would say it smells a bit like a damp nappy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Feel you. So yeah, it's with Leon versus Shalimar. It's like, what do I lean towards? Like kind of complexity or kind of striking singularity? And I'm kind of on the fence. I mean, do I really need it? Like, I could just get a sample and just have it for reference.
Yeah, and considering you can have Shalimar for 100 and Le Leon is,
Exactly.
5 times more.
But no, I am coming around to Le Leon in a big way. You should try Papillon's Bengal Rouge if you're into that kind of style of perfume, the Shalimar Amber.
I've got my radar on Papillon. I'd love to try all of them. I'm gonna spring for a sample set. They shouldn't be too hard to find.
Yeah,
but I'm really curious.
I think they're up your street. I think they're definitely something you'll enjoy. And there are some nice kind of green, light florals in there. There's an irisy one which I think you'll enjoy. I think you like it. Yeah, I think.
Are you into the barnyardy things? The skanks, the ouds, the challenging civet?
Yeah. It's like if they are a feature of a greater composition, then yes. But if I get a lot of some of that stuff feels a bit novelty to me, as in like this is a stinky perfume. You know what I mean? Like Zoologist Hyrax is an example of. I'm not adverse to it. I can smell it, and I'm not going to throwing the sample card away. But I like to see it worked into a composition as like a whole, as opposed to it being like this is going to be a stinky perfume. It's almost like a shock value thing. It feels a bit juvenile to me. But I've got some stinky perfumes. Like I own Saracens by Serge Lutens, which is a fucking incredible, like dirty indolic jasmine. And that's pretty like, soiled panties towards the end. But it works in that composition. It's a very like moody, leathery thing. So kind of, with the jasmine as well. So yeah, I'm not adverse to it, but it's not something that I like obsess over. It feels a bit like an arms race at times, like who can make the more stinky perfume in the niche world, like who can get more shock value. It's like,
yeah.
I feel like your head's not quite in the right place, and I feel like it's often used by people who have kind of gone quite deep into perfume and they're starting to reject the mainstream. I think it's used as a signifier of like, I'm a real perfume like fan. I love the stinky stuff.
It almost gives them like a title, right?
Yeah, that's shot fired. So anyone in the chat, come at me. I'm happy to stand by that. But I think it turns into kind of a bit of a bro thing. Like I'm into more stinky perfumes than you. It's like, oh yeah, okay, great. Like, you do smell like shit, though. Remember that.
So clearly, you're comfortable wearing women's fragrances.
Oh yeah,
yeah, not a problem, right?
No, I don't give a fuck. Never really. That's never ever. Never had anyone say like that smells like a girl's perfume on you. The comments I get are like, you smell like an old library, or like you smell like an Indian shop. I never get like that smells feminine.
And what would be like the most feminine thing that you would wear? Could you wear Coco Mademoiselle?
No, because I don't really like it that much, but I could wear it. I find that a bit too heavy on the pruner. It's got that pruny, but I don't actually like that. I was never a fan of raisins growing up as a kid either. So anything that hits me with raisins, I'm not a fan of. But I would have no problem wearing that. I mean, that just smells like, if you wore that out, people would just be like, that smells like, you smell like incense. Like, that's what they'd say, Like, it's not, I mean, and even if they did say you smell like a girl, who gives a fuck? Do you know what I mean? Like, who cares? Like, what's wrong with being smelling like a girl? No, I mean, what have I worn that's like really feminine? I mean, I wear Mitsuko,
But Mitsuko is like that released today, and it's for men, right?
True. I mean, I couldn't wear like, what's that one by Lancome, La Vie est Belle or whatever?
Yeah,
that, but that's because that's so fucking sweet. Not
yeah. That's like the ethyl maltol bomb. That's like Coco Mademoiselle, basically, or Mon Guerlain.
Yeah. Oh, but I like the Bottega Veneta women's one. Like, I could wear that no problem.
Oh, that's the one we were talking about the other day, right?
Yeah, you brought it out on stream a few times. I think that's better than the masculine one, for example.
I agree fully. I'd much rather wear that than the pine. Yeah, the pine masculines.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what's a really stinky leather is leather oud. That opening is so pissy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's like
it's kind of challenging to me, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not. I think that's pretty good leather oud. But I wouldn't. It's not really my.
And the dry down, it cools down a bit, but the opening is kind of crazy.
It's a good suede, that one. It's a very good.
There you go. I think this is brilliant for what it is for designer line. It's competing with designers.
Really good.
It's a high quality, very complex.
Is that still around? Like, is that still in production?
I imagine it is.
Only because I say that because I know the creative director of the fashion line, there's been a few changes since that came out. It's kind of become a different brand, Bottega Veneta. Like I've got a few friends that work in fashion, and it's like one of the new hot brands, and it's kind of changed its direction in a big way. And sometimes when that happens, you find in the fragrance line it changes, right? Like in Dior in the early noughties, like the Dior Homme thing was because Ivy Lemaine came in. So I was wondering if that's still around, but no, it's good actually. I should probably try and get a bottle of that one day. I like
It is a really good suede. It's got a nice patchouli. It is something resinous, smoky, spicy, and it all comes together really nice. And it's got a beautiful wear. I think that's important to have like a nice, interesting wear factor, which a lot of perfumes don't have. They're interesting, but they're not interesting to wear.
Yes. Yeah. It's definitely some things are better as like a room candle than like a personal fragrance sometimes, right?
Yeah. What do you think about freshies?
Freshies. What do you mean by freshies?
I like them.
Like crisp citruses. Let's say like Eau de Rochas or Bigarade Concentré. Clean, fresh perfume.
Yeah, I love Bigarade Concentré. It's fresh, but it's complex.
Yeah. No, they've got their place. I mean, and I don't think freshies have become at expense of like complexity at all. They've definitely got their place. I mean, it's like you can't drink fucking eggnog all year. You know what I mean? Sometimes you need like a gin and tonic, like, you know, and I don't even mind wearing them in the winter.
You can't wear a hoodie all year long.
I think it's just that a lot of them tend to be a bit one note, right? It tends to be citruses, a few aromatics, and then a musk base, right? And like once you've heard that tune a few times, it gets a little bit boring. But no, I don't think I've got nothing wrong with fragrances that go for like crispness. In fact, I quite enjoy that at times. I'm trying to think of what, like Timbuktu, that's one of my favorites. I think that's what makes that fragrance really good. It takes things that are supposed to be heavy and it makes them crisp. It's like a crisp smoke as opposed to like a tarry smoke.
Yeah. It's still interesting and complex perfume.
Yeah, I mean, that's my summer daily driver, as they say.
Really?
Yeah, I wear Timbuktu heavy in the summer.
Somebody was asking for your top 3 summer perfumes earlier on. So you would say Timbuktu is one. Do you have any others?
I wear New York Intense a lot in the summer because the opening is quite bitter.
It's a heavy perfume.
Yeah, but I like it because it's like the opening is really crisp and bitter, and then the dry down is a little bit powdery, touch animalic. Like I really like that a lot. And the third one, what do I wear in? Oh, I used to wear. I used to quite like kind of a dumb reach was Kyoto by Comme des Garçons, which is like an incense one, just because it's just a green incense, and I find like frankincense works quite well in high heat because it's got those kind of lemony, terpenic aspects to it, but it's also resinous, so it has a little bit of intrigue. Like, yeah, I like frankincense in the summer a lot.
Interesting, because frankincense is a heavy note, very dark and smoky.
Yeah, it can be, but I find it quite lemony, piney, so it kind of offsets that. Also,
it depends on where it's coming from, what aspect of frankincense it is.
Yeah, there's also 2 Parfums d'Empire that I like in the summer. Amour les Oranges, which is very similar to Hermes's Eau d'Orange work. It's kind of that style. It's like a green citrus chypre. But I find the Amour, the one, a little bit more complex. And they have one called Furiosa or something. I can't remember it. And that's like a bitter green, like straight here, kind of almost gives you a migraine, but it's like perfect for high humidity. So I wear that a bit. But I just wear, I don't really think in terms of seasonality. I just bust out whatever I feel like on the day, you know? And you also get different facets from like winter perfumes in the summer. So it kind of makes them interesting, you know what I mean?
How do you feel about green perfumes in general?
I like them.
Like
a lot.
19, Synthetic Jungle.
You know what? I didn't like Synthetic Jungle that much. And I'm a bit of a Philistine for saying that. That felt a bit candly to me, if I dare say so. That felt a bit like something I'd rather have as like an air freshener or something. But
really?
Yeah, I know. It's got a lot of fans, but sorry. But no, I love green.
I accept it. You know, I accept your answer because that's your truth, but I really enjoy that.
You know what? My sampling of that is very, very limited. I smelled it on my hand in a store once, and I also got it. They do this annoying thing in the Frederick Malle boutiques in London. They spray a card and they put it in a zip bag instead of giving you a sample. So that's the extent of my experience. So I can't really, say I've given it a good test drive. But
Well, come back to us when you get a chance to. I'd love to hear
I need to do a bit more of a deep dive into the Frederic Malle line. Like my mother's worn them for years, so I've smelt them a lot. Like she wears Portrait of a Lady, Carnal Flower. What's the other one she wore? Rose and Queer. Like she wore those quite heavy. So I'm acquainted with them, but I've never really taken it. I've never bought one for myself, to be fair. But I've got respect for the brand. I think he is underachieving though relative to what he could be. I will say that.
I agree with you. Even though I think he's releasing some great things, I still think he's underachieving.
Could be better. I mean, he's like a once in a generation chance to have like the greatest.
I fully agree. You just said it, and it's given me goosebumps.
No, but like someone that's grown up. Their dad is what was his dad? The director of Dior,
head of Dior or something.
Exactly,
grandfather, I think it was.
Yeah, you've got the background, you've got the money, you've got the connections.
I agree with you.
You should be that. You should be Guerlain in the 19s to the 1940s. But you're good. I'll give you an 8.5 out of 10. You should be a 9, 10 really with that background and that kind of basis to you. I think actually he might not be as strong an art director as he could be. I feel like with him, he gives so much reverence to the perfumers. This is just complete speculation by me, but I feel like his process might be, there's a lot of respect for these perfumers. They're some of his personal friends. He might just say, yo, give me something that you're working on that you're really passionate about. I think it would be better if he was actually really art directing them as well. I think he might be a little bit hands off. Could be chatting rubbish, and anyone with facts, come at me, no problem. But
I know what you're saying. I feel what you're saying, and even as much as I enjoy his perfumes, I think there's space there to go up.
Yeah, because I remember he had an anecdote about the Musc Ravageur story where he basically said to Maurice Roussel, just give me something that you wanted to release and you haven't been able to, and he basically pulled Musc Ravageur out of his bottom drawer of the formula. So that spoke to me as a lack of art direction. Now, Musc Ravageur was a good perfume. I'm not disputing that. But I think he could make better perfumes if he was a bit more strict with his
He bought it right out of his pocket.
Exactly. So that's what I'm basing my speculation on, is that story.
All he said was add a little bit of bergamot on top so he can sell it.
I think if he had a bit more of a dialogue with his perfumers, he could probably bring better work out of them. But no, it's a really good brand, though. I'm not saying.
Okay, so saying that, is there a brand out there you think is doing better work? Or
all in that space?
Yeah.
Serge Lutens until 2000.
Until the Sephora era.
Exactly. For me, we're blowing him out of the water in terms of, because that seems to be a bit more of a kind of perfumer, art director, close dialogue relationship. I can imagine Serge really pushes, and I think there's anecdotes of him really, really pushing. This is exactly what I want, obviously, make it how you would make it, but no, this isn't right. Do it again, right? So,
and I think Frederic Malle had high praise for Serge Lutens and a couple other brands when he was out.
Yeah. What's going on with Serge Lutens?
I think it's just the Sephora age, and
we lost it. But I mean, they're pulling distribution in North America, right? They've just completely pulled all their perfumes. And
it's like the reverse of capitalism. I'm not sure.
And if you look on the website, all the bell jars are all sold out, unavailable. I emailed to say, yo, what's going on? I wanted the Mire, which is the Merlot. I've got a sample of that, which I really like. And they said it's currently not in production and we do not have plans to recommence production. So I don't know if that's a kind of them saying it's discontinued or it's going to come back in a different form. But all the bell jars are pretty much, once they sell out, they don't come back. And they've been that way for about 6 months, a year. Some worrying stuff going on there for a brand I really enjoy. So,
any thoughts on Feminique Dubois?
Classic, unbelievably good. Heavy Isorie Super, which I love. This heavy Isorie Super, which is
You're
funny.
A fan of ISO.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, no, I don't. I think it's much maligned.
I'm pleasantly surprised to hear that. I don't know why.
I mean, it's like people don't have the same hate for Hedione. It's like, what's going on here? It's just, it exalts floral ingredients. It adds massive diffusion. It adds a lovely velvet texture to stuff. What you don't like is the overuse, right? But it's like, truffle is an incredible ingredient. If I put too much truffle oil in your pasta, you're not going to enjoy it. But truffle's still a great ingredient. Do you know what I mean? I think people have kind of problems with the style of modern perfumery rather than the actual note. Same with Ambroxan. If you smell it in isolation, it's an incredible ingredient. It's incredible. It's kind of resinous, soapy, kind of sweet. It's a really interesting ingredient. It just gets overused.
You can add a lot to a perfume.
No, I just think,
like Eugene says, like dosed correctly.
yeah, exactly. It's just about dosage. And in Feminine Dubois, it's actually the Isoe Super Overdose makes that perfume, I think, because it takes like the idea of a kind of old school Oriental in this kind of rich, sticky thing, and it kind of makes it a bit more chic and sleek for me. It kind of does kind of amber without using any vanillic ingredients, Feminine Dubois, by using kind of fruit. Yeah, no, I love Feminine Dubois. I don't like wearing it though, because I go anosmic to Isoe, so I can barely sleep after time. But I think it's a great piece, and yeah, love it.
Are there any other synthetics that you're drawn to, like ambroxan, or you mentioned Hedione?
Yeah, I love Hedione. Synthetics that I'm drawn to. No, I mean, I'm not really. I don't get like hung up on ingredients too much. I'm all about compositions. Like, I say I don't like something, and then I smell it used correctly, and I love it. I'm constantly getting made a fool of in terms of like my preferences. So no, I try to remain agnostic when it comes to ingredients like that. But I'm just saying I have smelled Isoe Super and ambroxan in isolation, and I really enjoyed the smell. Now I'm not a fan of the style of modern perfumery when those are kind of, the base is stripped out, and it's just like, I feel like it's a very cheap, cynical move to say, okay, we could spend 6 months making a complex base accord of just throw Isoe Super and some ambroxan and some woody ambers, right? It's really lazy, and I don't like that. But again, you can make a shit meal out of delicious ingredients. So, you know what I mean? I still think those are incredible aroma chemicals when used right. So, yeah, I'm not. Again, what do I not like though? I think the better question is what I really don't like. What I don't like. I had a problem with Immortelle until recently.
You had a which?
Immortelle was a bit of a problematic thing with me until recently.
Too sticky, too sweet, syrupy.
It's the curry facet. The air, like,
that's the one thing I enjoy.
Well, I've come around to it though. Funnily enough, again, I've smelled it in the right compositions now, and I really enjoy it. But I grew up. I had a childminder, which is like when I was coming back from school, my mum was working. So until I was old enough to walk home alone, I had to be childminded, which is where you basically go to someone's house, which lives close to the school, and your mum picks you up from there.
Like a sitter.
Exactly. And that Auntie Mina was her name. I called her Auntie Mina. She was an Indian lady. So I grew up essentially after school in an Indian household, always eating curries, fresh chapatis. And the area I live in is very much like an Indian area. So curry for me is just so tied to food, the culinary experience, that it's kind of hard to divorce that in a perfume. So when I first met Immortelle, I was like, I'm literally back in Auntie Mina's kitchen, like I'm eating. It's kind of took me out of the moment. So like transported in a bad way. But I've come around to it. I think it's actually a super interesting ingredient in the last year. I smelled some good compositions, mainly Sableur by Anik Guitar.
Okay.
And Vogue Lita, which has got Immortelle in the base. I really enjoy those two. So yeah, another ingredient I don't like. I'm not a fan of all the amber aroma chemicals like Amber Extreme.
Yeah, the dry woody ambers. I'm the same. I agree.
They just smell like rubbing alcohol to me. And I don't even like those in isolation, for example. So, I mean, well, that being said, though, I think that they do add a good amount of diffusion or like light if used well. Like Le Lion has some woody aroma chemicals in it.
There's a time and a place for it, right? But I don't want it dispersed everywhere.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I find it's because they're so tenacious, you need to be quite smart with the composition. You can't have the rest of the composition completely evaporate off. You're just left with those.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a little bit like you go to bed with this beautiful partner and you're left with like, you know what I mean? It's like a shit stain on your mattress afterwards.
Amber Heard, right?
Exactly, Amber Heard. So you've got to get the composition right, as in like you've got to have the tenacity in the base to cover the woody aroma chemicals until they fade, which is
it needs to be balanced properly, which I think the culprits here are the mainstream designers which overdose those dry woody ambers, and it's just laziness. Those are the ones when you hear someone say it falls apart in the base. I think that's what they're talking about, is those dry woody ambers.
But it's like 70% of perfumes, and in the niche world as well. We say mainstream, the niche are just as guilty. I mean, they're hiring the same perfumers just on different brick. Like, you know what I mean? They just charge you more half the time. The kind of the niche world. A lot of grifters in the niche world.
Have you been able to try Les Indemnidables?
No, not yet, not yet. And I should, because Les Centers in London has them. Well, they had them actually, but yeah, no, I need to. I've heard good things from a lot of different people. Which is there a style that you can compare them to?
One.
Many people have compared them to Frederick Mull.
Okay, that's a good starting point.
It is a very good starting point.
So I guess like modern, complex, balanced, with a nod to the past.
Great materials. I think comparable, if not better, than Frederick Mull.
Well, people are saying that materials are essentially the best on the market right now, right? They work with that Remy, the laboratory, right?
That's right. Yeah,
which is they've always been known for their ingredient quality as well. I think them and Robertet are like the top. So yeah, I can imagine it's good stuff. Now I need to try that actually. Which one do you recommend I go for first?
I really like the rose, and I really like the musk, Musc de Sable and Rose de Jamal. I've got the vanilla, the if you like sweet vanillas, right? Vanilla Van, it's nice, and I've got the iris. The iris reminds me of Chanel style iris, the iris pearl, soapy, dry
iris. Okay.
Yeah.
The musk one, is it a kind of dirty mask or?
It is. It gets in the dirty, sticky territory. It smells like, to me, because of the incense and the benzoin in the cord, it smells like sex in a church, right? It goes into that, but not extreme. It's just like a thought. Your mind goes there.
Yeah, I find benzoin has like an animalic twang, to be fair, as well. Like people have those papier de harmonie, which is essentially a paper like dipped in benzoin tincture and then burned. I always thought that smelled like there was piss in there. For sure, there was at least some sort of bodily thing. So
yeah.
So the Musc de Sable, yeah. No, I need to try those. Hearing good things about them. Yeah, I need to get back. I mean, I used to be like a sampling like absolute geek. Like I used to sample like religiously, but going back to university, money's tight, and that is a big expense. I had to get cut. I mean, I was spending like a lot of money on sampling a week. I've still got a lot.
Yeah, I would agree with Tara. I don't find Musc de Sable dirty at all, really.
But Eugene finds the dirt in a lot of things. Like he's got a nose for that, I find.
Yeah. I think he picks up a lot of that.
Eugene, you find Synthetic Jungle quite dirty, no?
It's weird because I thought it was, but I didn't. And then my son hugged me one day and he's like, "What smells like shit?" And I was like, "Holy fuck, it really is dirty." I thought my mind was playing.
Did you shower?
Huh?
Did you shower that day? Had you showered? What was going?
No, I came from work and I was wearing it. I had it on my shirt, and he came and he hugged me and he buried his head in my chest and he goes, "What the hell is that? It smells like shit." Like literally, that's what was his words. And I was like, "Yeah, oh, it's my fragrance." Yes.
I mean, that would make sense though, because it's supposed to be like the way I interpreted the name was. It's supposed to be a greenhouse, no, a synthetic jungle, and like greenhouses smell indolic. Like they have a lot of kind of rotting.
Yeah, humid.
Yeah, so I can get why that would make sense, but I never picked it up. But again, I'm just working off the cast.
Very lightly, very faintly. I'm not saying it's a shit house or barnyardy, but it's vaguely there. It's restrained. It's not overdosed at all.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if Tara's saying she finds it. I don't. Musc de Sable, it's as dirty as Eugene thinks. I'm not sure what she's saying, but anyway, Musc de Sable reminds me of my granny's breath.
What the halitosis vibe? Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. See, people have different perceptions, right?
Yeah.
And that's okay. And they're all true for you.
And I think you'll drive yourself crazy, like trying to find any sort of rationale to people's reactions. Like, what is it that's bringing this reaction out of people? It's so diverse. Like, have you ever watched, there's that new channel by that watch guy, and he's doing a lot of like general public rates, XYZ fragrance, right?
Yeah. Teddy Baldessere.
Yeah. Teddy Baldessere.
And his girlfriend.
Yeah, and they seem nice enough. I mean, not much going on behind the eyes, but the reactions are quite interesting, like from the general public, that in terms of the diversity, like someone's like, "This smells incredibly fresh, like citrus," and the other person's like, "This smells like dog shit." It's like, there's just no rhyme or reason.
Yeah, the contrasts are like this, right?
So, it really does just hammer home the truth is that you have to wear them for you, not for other people, like. it's just it's a pretty bankrupt mindset. You know, obviously, I get that if you live with, you know, your partner or your wife or whatever, and you know he or she explicitly says, like, I hate this fragrance, don't wear it. Okay, you need to take that on board. But generally, like, you have to wear things that you enjoy and not look for kind of, you know, approval in anyone else. You know, it has to come from you. You know, I get told I smell like ridiculous things all the time, but I don't think it's ever changed any social consequence for me, and I've never even given it a second thought. You know.
Are there any fragrances that have got you more compliments than others? I imagine you get complimented just on your appearance alone, and you're intelligent and you have character and you've got charisma. So anything I imagine you wear would get you compliment, including leather oud.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've not ever really struggled in the compliments department, but the ones that pull more than others, a Coup du Desert or Le du Desert Marocain, that gets a lot of compliments. Like, it's a strong
I guess
perfume.
just on its uniqueness alone, you're not going to smell that on the tube, are you?
Yeah, like I've had like partners I've dated be like, I need to like wear it. I've had partners that, you know, we've parted ways and they're now wearing it because, you know, because of me or whatever. I had one, I said in the chat the other day, that started layering it with black Afghana. I was like, you are dead to me.
Oof.
Like, I met her subsequently, you know, we're still friends, and I was like, are you wearing layer? And she was like, yeah. And I said, it smells fucking disgusting on you. And she was like, I'm laying it with black Afghana. And I was like,
Yeah, that could be a reason why.
No, Timbuktu pulls a lot. But again, a lot of times it's like, you're not really doing a kind of, when people say, oh, this is my top 10 most complimented, it's like, it's not really a scientific method, because is the frequency of wear the same? You know, are you wearing it around the same? You're not doing, you'd have to do an A/B blind test, like the same people, to actually see which is more complimented or higher rated. But generally, yeah, Timbuktu, Le du Desert Marocain gets a lot, and New York Intense gets a lot as well.
I guess it's the ones that you wear the most, because those are the ones you keep talking about.
Yeah, that one Cologne I wear gets a lot, but I pretty much always get compliments if I wear enough, I find. As long as I can smell it, I tend to get a compliment. And that might just be because a compliment might actually really mean I can smell you, not you smell nice. And the standard societally, you know, required response to that, or if I can smell him, is, yo, you smell nice. You know, unless it's effusive, detailed praise, I don't tend to give it too much mind. You know, if they're like, oh, that's incredible, which smells like this, then I think, okay, you're actually taking on board what you're smelling.
What's the dating scene like in London now? Is it as atrocious as Toronto, or do you come home with a new number every night?
You can do well. You can go to the right spots. Yeah, you can do well. You know, because I've not been as social as I used to be. With me, it's a case of when it rains, it kind of pours now. So when I do go out into the right places, I can meet a lot of people. So it comes in patches, you know. So I have dry patches and wet patches. So
yes, Denby.
Right now, we're in a good season. Tell me. Right now we're in an okay season, but you know, there's been dry patches as well. You know, but yeah, it's all good. Margie Louise, big up Margie Louise. Get on the stream, Margie. Let's go.
Come on, Margie. Say hello to Denby.
Oh yeah, actually, you've been dating, no, a little bit.
You know, I go out here and there. There's nothing really to talk about.
You're quite an eligible bachelor now, though. You know, you've kind of got your own business.
I'm a bachelor. I wouldn't really consider myself out. I'm not looking, Denby. Like, yeah. I'm not looking, but I'm not running either. I'm not running the other way. If something, you know, if something were to happen, great. And if not, I'm okay with that too. You know, I like my own time. I'm kind of selfish that way. I really enjoy being alone, and you know, if there's somebody worthy of me giving my time to, I'd be okay with that too.
That's a really good mindset to step into dating with. You know, being able to take it or leave it.
Yeah,
I think it's important. Yeah,
I'm certainly not going to give myself away. You know, I've done that enough, and it's time that I spend and focus on myself now. So
yeah, you've got a business to start as well, haven't you? So.
Yeah, I've got plans and goals, and
yeah. How is that going?
It's going. You know, I think we're gonna have something really soon. I'm talking to Remy almost like daily now, and he's excited, and
Nice.
Yeah, the wheels are turning, man. Like I've got a lot of work to do before, in the next month.
Yeah.
So
Nice. Yeah.
it's a lot
It's
happening.
exciting for you.
Yeah.
Do you guys have like kind of like a, not a date, but like kind of more, do you have more of an idea of when you guys are going to have everything ready, when you have everything?
Oh yeah, he says the bottles will be filled by the end of next month, and he's already looking at shipping containers to get them over here. He's bothering me. I still got the labels right here in front of me. I got to get those over to him. I need a website developed. I kind of spoke to somebody about that, like a viewer, and we talked for a bit, and he made it way more complex than I think it needs to be. Like I'm not sending a space shuttle to the moon. I'm just sending perfume to the next country over. It's got to be much easier than the way it seemed. Like, no offense if he's here and if he's watching. I appreciate the time, but
no, Eugene, you strike me as very much like a meat and potatoes guy. I remember watching a video of yours from years ago when you were talking about selling something to someone online and how all the messages.
Oh yeah,
show me a picture of this and that. Yeah. You just said, "Fuck it, I'm going to sell you it."
Yeah, don't fucking complicate shit, man. Like you either want it or you don't. But then you want pictures and you want pictures of the book. No, get the fuck out. I don't care for the for the couple $100.
Yeah. I feel you.
It's not worth like getting me out of bed for.
Mm-hmm. And have you said how many fragrances you're going to launch with? Is that confidential?
It's going to be 3, but talking to people, every time I talk to somebody, they fill my head with ideas and beliefs, and there's nothing wrong with that because I learn when I talk to people. But they're like, Eugene, do one at a time, right? I've got 3, but they're like, do one at a time, and I thought, you know what? That's actually a really good idea, but it completely changes my plans. Right?
No, I mean, my advice would just be stick with what you're. Yeah, don't let it. It's too late now as well. You're so far down the line.
It's not too late because I haven't really started with, the 3 are done. They're done, but I haven't started the website or gotten the photos taken or stuff like that. And, the moment he said, do one, like a lot of the tension and stress I was putting on myself, like it melted away. And I was like, yeah, that's brilliant. That sounds good to me.
Like do one and then release the
one. Yeah, it's just less stressful than working on 3. And I was like, that's really good. Yes. Why didn't I think of that?
Again,
but are the 3 like are they like conceptually kind of pieced together? Because I think I heard you mention that they were kind of connected and you wanted to.
They're connected in the story, but that doesn't mean the story ends. I could release one and then retell the story a few months later. And that just sounded like, like I was able to breathe, when I heard that.
I think that would actually be nice because, like, you release one, people take it in and have time to take that perfume in for a while, and then they're like, oh shit, like I'm ready for that. What Eugene has next to offer,
Yeah, and I wore the first one today. I was like, because it's been such a long time, and I was like, I kind of forgot what it was, and I wanted to reassure myself. I was like, kind of a confidence thing. And I was talking to Rich Mitch, and I was like, dude, it made me so emotional. Like I got goosebumps, and I was like laughing at one moment. I was like, oh my God, this is like really good. I can't believe this is going to be mine. Of course, I'm biased, right? I personally love it, but it made me really emotional and excited at the same time.
Yeah. No, I think, it's definitely something to be proud of.
Mike V said, I want all 3 at the same time so I can layer them.
Does the chat link up in the StreamYard? I can't see it. I have to close my my YouTube.
Yeah, you should be able to see it. There's a comments button.
I've been in private chat waiting for the DMs. Why isn't no one DMing me?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay, here we are. What's Mike V saying? We've got to get Mike V on now. Now I've come on, we've really set a precedent for the deep chat trolls to come on. I guess the argument though would be if you get 3, you give people a choice, right? So say you release your first one and it's a vanilla perfume. Some people vanilla's a no-go for them, right? So they just like, nope. Yeah. I don't, it's not my opinion, but yeah, sorry, high interference. You're good. So, just whatever you said, just resend it, my friend. What else have we got in the chat? We've got some, has Jura gone to bed?
If somebody wants to come on quickly and fire some questions at Denby? I'm sure he's got stuff to do, and maybe
Yeah, I can be on for about another half an hour. That's all right.
yeah, somebody come on and ask Denby some questions. We got a great group here, right? Really interesting people, and the more we kind of come together, we can learn from each other. And there's usually great things going on in the chat. I know I get distracted from the conversation sometimes reading the chat because it's hilarious, right? There's sometimes two or three things going on in the chat.
We yeah, and it's like everyone's vying to get the highlighted comment as well. So we're
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I have to get my comment highlighted.
Yeah, whenever
Oh,
I'm not in,
man.
I'm like, oh, I have to say something to get the attention to just
They
start a
need to be
topic or
seen.
something.
There's that, it goes back to my theory. Like, people love to be not a selfish thing, but they want to be seen and they want to be heard, right?
Heard, yeah.
It just goes back to childhood.
Alfonso, I've not got a scent of the day on. I've been a bit under the weather, which is why I look so pale lately. So I don't like to wear scents, my personal scent collection, when I'm ill or when I'm going to a funeral. I don't like to add any negative connotations or associations with it. So
Yeah.
no, I'm naked today, not only in scent but from the waist down. So yeah, we're having a good time.
Stand up. I'm sure a couple of people would love to see you stand up. Not a couple. I can imagine about 67 people want to see you stand up.
Oh, famous YouTuber, young Lenny. I got that last weekend. Famous YouTuber Lenny Kravitz from a lady. So yeah, it's interesting. My hair. I look completely different 2 years ago. I haven't cut my hair since COVID, so it's actually like it's kind of collapsing in on itself like a black hole. Like it's you would think it'd be longer for 2 years growth, but my hair kind of goes like this. The more you grow it, it just kind of grows in on itself. So,
do you have social media?
Only Facebook. I used to be on Instagram, but I got so cringe on it, I had to delete it. My female friends were like, "You have to delete Instagram." Like, my captions were just ridiculous. No, it was. This is the same with Tinder as well. Like, I made a Tinder profile for myself. If you leave me without editorial control, like, it gets bad. So my Tinder was like the most disgusting Tinder of all time. And my female friend saw it and said, "Delete your Tinder now. We can't be friends anymore." And I had the same thing with my Instagram. People were like, "Your Instagram is so shit. Like, delete it now." So no, I have nothing. I only have a Facebook and WhatsApp. But yeah.
Tell us, like, I've got my experiences with online dating. What have been some of yours?
Well, the thing I found about Tinder was I thought it was a real good chance. Like, I thought it's a brilliant idea, right, in terms of the dating scene. It's obviously, and it obviously is. It's revolutionized kind of the way people date. But I didn't like the kind of the expected conduct on there is that you, or at least it seems to be that you match, right? And then you chat for about a week on the app before you arrange a date. I was just like, well, we've matched, haven't we? Like, you've said that you were attracted to me and I'm attracted to you. Let's just meet as soon as possible. And then we can know if we actually like each other or not, we connect. I wasn't into this like internet dating thing for a week. I was very much like, "Oh, are you free tomorrow?" And it was a bit like, let's just chat for a bit. And I was just like, I'm done with this, man.
Yeah, I got people I can chat with.
Because I'll decide a lot quicker face to face if I like you or not. Like, everyone's pretty suave over text when you have like, unlimited time to respond. Like, I want to see if I've actually got a connection. So it didn't really work for me. Like, I can meet people in real life, isn't it? I don't need it, so it's all right. But yeah, I mean, it's great though, Tinder. I think it's changed the dating scene for a lot of people. Like, I kind of have, I'm not too old, but I kind of have memory of like how people dated pre-Tinder. And it's just exploded some people's love lives. Like, I've got guy friends that go on like 5 dates a week, like just little lunches between work, like, and then like lunch break and stuff. So it's a good thing, but not for me.
I think it's actually made people less available because of the amount of options they have now, and it's just fucking weird,
Yeah, it's not. I mean, there's this one in England. I don't know if it's in North America, Canada, but it's called Hinge. That seems to be the new big one, and that's a little bit less direct than Tinder. I think only the girls can accept to initiate the chat, and also you put more information in your profile, so you can choose to talk about things instead of just saying, "I find you attractive," for example. So, I don't know.
Well, I just got a text message saying, "Who is this Denby guy?"
Who's that from?
I can't say.
Okay.
But you know who he is.
Okay. Maybe Galen or who do you text? JJ, I don't know who you've got.
Well,
you've
here's
got
the link. If somebody would like to come on and say hello to Denby, Denby is from London.
Indeed, South London.
And he's been here, part of the chat, part of the live stream for, man, as long as I can remember.
Been trolling for a few years now, for sure, at least a year and a half. I think.
Trolling, semi-serious, having fun.
Yeah, just having a good time, trying,
but not the offensive troll.
No.
Having a good time. I see you in Rich Mitch's streams. Are you in any other streams?
No, just Rich Mitch and yours, and sometimes Mr. Smelly, just to look into the void. You know what I mean? Just to see how it's going.
Looking into the void?
Yeah. I actually really like Mr. Smelly. I think he's an interesting character.
He is.
His guests big up his guests, shout out to his guests, but it can be like looking into the void at times.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's cool. Like,
right.
Yeah. Well, it's the only place you can get colors now. Like, he's been banned from all of us like streams, so
he's banned here. I go on his streams, but I won't allow him here.
Yeah.
Because he'll scare half the viewers away.
I sometimes watch Channel 69 Reformulated. The edits there are good. They're really funny.
Yeah.
But no, I don't really do any other streams, to be honest. But you guys are so frequently streaming, it's like I haven't got time for it.
It's great, it's a great place for us to come together and talk about the things that we love.
Bobby said, what's the difference between an Attar and a Chanel X-Straight? They both have no alcohol. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Chanel X-Straights do have alcohol. It's just the concentrates are a higher percentage, usually 20%, 25% and upwards. I don't think Chanel do oil-only X-Straights, but I could be incorrect. And if that were the case, that they had no alcohol, then they, I guess, would technically be an Attar. Although, if I'm correct, Attars historically are, if you want to be like fastidious with the definition, it's like aromatics or floral notes into sandalwood oil, like strictly sandalwood oil. Like, that's the Indian Attar style, if I'm correct. It's normally like champaka into sandalwood oil as the carrier, but no alcohol. But I think Attar now generally just means no alcohol solvent. So,
ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest.
Uh-oh.
Lady Tara, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, Miss Tara.
Hey, Denby. Hey, Bri. How's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, not bad.
Good.
Yeah, good.
How
Awesome.
are you, Tara? Good to see you. You look ravishing.
I am tired.
You're in green and what is those? Daffodils, butterflies?
I don't know what they are. They're flowers of some sort. I don't know. It's
Nice.
my
Flirting that goes on between Eugene and Tara.
my dress
crazy,
for today.
Right, Denby?
Are you teaching at the moment, Tara? Are you off for holidays or?
Yeah, I still have another month. So I had a long day today because my psychology students take the advanced placement test to get their college credit.
Oh, cool. Okay.
On Tuesday. So I was there very late today doing a review session.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we're getting there. We have 4 weeks of school left, and then I get a couple of months off, which is great.
Do you only teach college-age kids or kids that are going into college, or do you do a range?
I have mostly juniors and seniors in high school, so like 16, 17, 18, but I do have a small number of 14-year-olds who are freshmen.
Yeah.
But yeah, mostly just the older kids, yeah.
What do you find is like the real kind of thing that defines the difference between that generation of kids and like, I don't know, millennials or,
That's a good question. I think there are still quite a few similarities, but I noticed, thank you, Jira, that's very sweet. I noticed that they tend to seem to have more social anxiety. And I think it's perhaps centered around the fact that maybe they've grown up with like texting and like being accustomed to not speaking face to face. Whereas like, I mean, I'm technically a millennial, even though I'm like at the very old, I'm like the oldest of the millennials.
Millennial too,
yeah. And so like, I didn't have a phone when I was a kid, and, like social media wasn't a thing when I was a kid. And so I think that that's probably it. I noticed like they just seem to like socially have a lot more anxiety around that. Not all of them, but as a whole compared to millennials, I feel like. But for the most part, there's a lot of things like similar, and I can connect to pretty much all the kids really easily. So I think that they're great. They're good kids. I don't, at least the ones I teach, I think that I think there's a lot of good that comes from this next generation, which is nice.
Bry's quite a young buck. Bry, you're pretty young, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm 24.
Yeah, okay.
Did he say 24?
Yes, he's a baby.
Damn, I could be his dad.
Yeah, man.
I could almost be his mom, not quite.
We could have been his parents together.
Savage, I'm slouching because I have a neck injury, you bastard. Stop making fun of me.
How old are you, Denby?
Guess. I'm a millennial. Guess.
Oh, damn.
28.
Okay. Let's do Tara and Eugene. Give us your.
He said 28.
Mhm.
I'm going to say 30.
Mhm.
So earlier you said beige don't age, which makes me think you're older than you are. But also I know that you have an old personality for your age group. I think 30 is a good guess. I'm going to go 29.
Okay. I'm 32. I'll take that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe go a
Okay,
little bit older.
let's ask one more person. I've got one more person here, and he's going to take a shot at how old you are. Everybody welcome George Zaharoff.
Hi, George.
Hey.
Hi, everybody.
So,
Hi, George.
I said 32.
Did you do it? Okay.
Yeah, he's 30. Hi, everybody. Hi, Tara.
Hi, how are you, George?
I'm good.
Hey.
Good.
How are you, Eugene?
I'm very good, George. How's it going?
Good. Denby, I'm George. I'm the one that asked Eugene, who's Denby?
Oh, okay, that was you. Yeah, okay. You don't come on the chat much anymore. What's going on? Is this kind of the first time back on the stream for you?
I think that, I don't know, actually. I listen to the streams because this is a good, I just find this whole space exciting, and it's good to hear what's happening and people talk, and I just enjoy it, and so yes.
Yeah.
So that's it. Tara, you look beautiful as always.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Doesn't she? She got hit on by a student recently too, and I can't blame the guy.
I can't either.
No, yeah.
I was like, damn, I wish I had teachers that looked that good.
Yeah, it would have done a lot of good for me, confidence-wise, if I'd managed to have an affair with a teacher as a young
Right?
man. You know what I mean? Like, I often feel a bit robbed of that experience when I read these newspaper reports. I'm like, that would have given that pep in my step for years. You know?
Can you imagine being a student and having Tara? What grade do you teach?
I teach mostly juniors and seniors, like 17, 18-year-olds.
Can you imagine Can you imagine?
It's like my son's age.
My skin would look.
I would have been getting straight A's.
Yeah.
Who's the gentleman in the between Denby and Eugene, if I
That's
may?
Bryce. He's a regular here.
Bryce, hello.
Hey, George.
Wait.
No, not Bryce. Bry.
Right.
Bry,
sorry.
nice to meet you, Bry. Nice to meet you, Bry. Let me ask you
One thing about George is he's gonna what is he wearing? He looks like the sweater. He has like a see-through sweater on, George.
You know what? It does look nice. Look, this
It's
sweater.
nice.
Yeah, he took it in. Yo, he
Looks
took it in
super
for a
chiseled
second.
like Hercules.
Yo,
What's going
know.
on?
bro
You
took it
lifting
in for a
weight?
second.
Yeah, what the fuck's going on?
It's Bottega Veneta, but listen, the sweater is like it's. You see it like
Crochet.
Yeah.
it's the way the light's hitting it.
Damn. When you're done with that, like I know you'll be done with it next season, send it to me.
You know, this looks nice in the light and on camera.
It
Sure
looks,
does.
it does.
George, you're looking pretty trim, man. I can't deny.
I have been I've gone through this change in my life the past, I would say 3 years, and just trying to change everything, eating better, attracting a whole different, anyway, so it's a different mindset. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
You feeling good, George?
I'm feeling good. I think the last month or so I allowed, anyway, I got rid of all of the trolling sites, and I don't look at things anymore. I don't, I just try to keep myself clean from all of that. So, and I think that was, I don't want to bring it up again so anyway, thank you.
You look great. I'm super thrilled that you're here.
I wanted to ask one thing with Ms.
Olfactophiles?
Olfactophiles. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So how did you, for you to come back and tell the story that a student hit on you or
Maybe I shouldn't have said that. I'm not sure if that was like public knowledge. I'm so sorry, Tara.
It's fine.
So we
It's
won't
fine.
talk about it then.
No, it's okay. You can ask your question.
But you know, like I was having a conversation with someone, a friend of mine, and actually the social media person for Zaharoff. She's much younger than me. She's in her 20s, and we're talking about how by the age of 7, a large amount of boys have already been on porn websites, and they're more sexualized than we were. And you see a lot of these taboo type of situations being depicted, and a lot of it is the student and the teacher, or the MILF and so
Right.
And I was saying that a lot of those scenarios, like it's okay to have fantasy, but I sometimes wonder, especially when it comes to, you know, the step parent and that kind of situation. I'm just sorry, I'm just being open, but we just had this conversation that I was worrying about how, if that's ever taken outside, because it fucks with the young people's heads.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
And so that's why I brought that up. And I thought to myself, do you see a lot of that coming to the teacher student? Do you see a lot of that? Or they mostly know that the line is there?
No, I think most of them know that the line is there. I don't have that happen often. Maybe about 5 years ago, I had a kid make me a mixtape, which was also quite interesting.
Was it love
Like a
songs?
music tape?
Yeah, like an old school mixtape. Like a kid made me a mixtape.
Okay. All right. Was it some kind of symbolic message to that?
I don't know. I don't know. She was
Sexual
like, I
healing.
made you a mixtape.
I don't know. It means she doesn't want to say, which is
What
fine.
kind of songs? What kind of songs?
I don't even remember, because I didn't even I was like, I'm not listening to it. I don't even remember. I'm not listening to it. I was like, trash. Like I like my job.
Yeah.
And it was the same thing. Luckily, when this happened recently, there was a female student standing next to me talking when it happened. And I didn't say a word. My eyebrows just like went up, and I was just like, and the girl was like, you don't say that. Even if you think it, you don't say it out loud. and then the kid just went away.
Wait, go back, please. I'm sorry. Hold on. The girl was there too when the guy gave you the mixtape?
No. Recently. So recently, when the kid told me I'm hot, in his words, that there was luckily a female student there who like witnessed the whole thing, and she was like, oh my goodness, you don't say that to a teacher, even if you think it.
Yeah, so inappropriate.
Right. And I was like, okay, I have a witness. And she's like, for sure. She's like, I was here. I saw everything. It's like, I didn't do anything. I stood here silently and just let that happen.
So you Tara, you probably see and hear a lot, hopefully hear a lot more things than you see, but do you find that the younger children are having less and less sex? Like,
I actually think statistically it went down for a while. I think they were having less sex for a while, but I will also say that like it still happens quite a bit.
Right. More than it should, but less than it used to be.
I only have anecdotal evidence from like what I observe happening in the school or hear happening, right? And it still seems like it's happening quite a bit, but I think statistically it has like gone down to some extent compared to like, you know, the 90s or the early 2000s.
Is there any cause for that? Like a reason? Is it online?
Perhaps.
Yeah, internet stimulation.
Yeah,
like
I don't know.
Porn, maybe kids are.
Maybe, I don't know. Not sure.
I would not want to be.
No.
I would not want to be young.
No.
In today's age.
Absolutely not. That's I tell my students all the time. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Like, and but they don't know any different. But I'm like, I feel awful that you have to grow up with like so much like constant stimulation, and also like that you can't turn it off. Like there's some kids who like, you know, like if I had kids make fun of me when I was young, like in school, like when I was in elementary school or middle school, I had kids make fun of me, but it stopped when I went home. Like I left school and nobody made fun of me. And now they go home and they get on, you know, like Instagram or whatever, and kids still bully them when they're at home.
It's awful.
It runs 24 hours around the clock.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I don't envy them at all.
And you have so much. I'm going back to this. Listen, I'm fascinated by human sexuality, but it's a part of who we are. And I think that the generation that's in high school now, I mean, they're all sending pictures of their whatever, but by the time someone's president, I think it's going to be just normal to have videos of you doing stuff. And it's just going to be normal because it's everyone. It's everywhere. Did you see that Dr. Phil, that Cash Me Outside, that Bad Barbie?
Yeah, she's now an OnlyFans model.
Did you see how much she made the past year? Did you see that?
$53 million, right, or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
How much?
52 million?
$52 million on OnlyFans.
$2 million in 1 year.
Yeah. I mean, God bless America.
Capitalism.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
And she just turned 18, no? That's why she's whatever. It's tough.
And so I think you have this, and it's no longer like taboo or porn. It's I'm expressing myself with my body.
Yeah.
And it's normalized, and I think it's great. I grew up very deeply religious, and it was very taboo, and so I'm just fascinated by how normalized it is.
Well, we're just getting so much desensitized to it that it's acceptable now.
I do think like something good that has come from this though is that people, at least my students, or like what I see of this age group, is that they're much more open about their sexuality. And I think that makes them more comfortable, right? So like I regularly have kids just like nonchalantly be like, oh, well, I'm bisexual, or I identify as non-binary, or, whatever. Like they just like, that's just normal to say that, like, to be open about that, which I think is good because people can be themselves and feel okay about themselves and however they are, which I think that's a good thing that's come from it. But yes, I think there's maybe some problematic things as well, of course.
So kids are finding more confidence in coming out and expressing themselves. Do you find the other kids are more open to accepting them?
Yeah, for the most part. I'm sure I'm 100% positive, even though I don't necessarily see it. I'm sure probably they still do have some kids who will like not be accepting of them. But as a whole, like what I see in the group of kids that I work with, they're very accepting for the most part, which is great. However, I'm in an urban area. Like, I live in a city.
A large city.
That seems probably not true. Like it's probably is true in like a lot of the schools in Chicago, like where George is too. But it's probably not true if you go more rural, right?
I think that if I may, I gotta careful how I say this because I'm going to get myself in trouble here. But when you take an ape from the jungle and you bring it into a zoo, instead of foraging for food, it eats its shit and masturbates most of the day. So if you take a kid and you lock them up in their fucking bedroom, and all what they do is they look around, they're bored, and then they look between their legs, and they're like, what am I? I don't know what. Like, that's my thinking. You overthink things. You can overthink, and it's a process, I think. I'm being less crude, but it's the truth. You have a lot of these kids that should be out interacting, and they're not. They're locked up in their bedrooms with YouPorn on and playing video games, and they sit there and they start overthinking things. And
I think to be fair, though, I mean, the same, and to not necessarily in that particular way, but I think the same can be said for all of us here. I think a lot of us have spent, especially, I mean, we're kind of forced to in some ways the last couple of years, but probably have spent too much time by ourselves on our devices, staring into nothingness, essentially, right? Okay, well, George is out there, out and about. I know.
I've just heard there's a site called YouPorn. I wouldn't know.
Well, no, I don't mean like that specifically. I just mean like, like
kidding.
Sitting on YouTube or on Instagram or whatever. I'm just saying like, I think a lot of us have, maybe some psychological toll to some extent from spending a lot of time individually and not interacting with other humans as much as we really probably need to.
You're right,
Probably.
because I think even as young people, they have to, and I'll shut up. They have to just let. I think when you're with other people, you learn more about yourself than being locked up in a room. And going through and saying, "Oh, that's me. Oh, that might be me," because you get crazies in your head, right? But Denby, you're 32. You're right. So you're in that age where you're in between.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I got younger brothers that are 10 years younger than me, so I guess I can speak to the way they speak about relationships. One of them seems to be a little bit more, how can I say, like crude than I was. And the way he speaks about women, I have to kind of correct him a bit. Be like, watch your mouth, bro. Like, do you know what I mean? He's a little bit more, but Tara can probably speak to that. Oh, and also once he said...
Wait, what does crude mean? I just want to understand this. Crude meaning disrespectful or more urban? Okay.
Disrespectful, a little bit more disrespectful, a little bit less kind of chivalry in the way he speaks about women.
Why do you think?
I think it might be a lot of porn growing up.
Okay.
I remember he told me at 12, I said, what do you want to be when you grow up? And he said, I want to be a porn star. Have you seen the size of me? I'm not even...
Have you seen the what?
The size of me. This is at 12 years old, so...
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that. But for 12 years old, like imagine 12 years old, most of us would be like, don't look down, right?
Yeah,
but there you have someone saying, have you seen? That's pretty, never mind.
And he was talking about sometimes when he goes out and, he has casual sex and that sometimes he doesn't actually kiss the girl. He says, if it's just casual sex, I don't even want to kiss them. And I said, that's the best part, bro. Like, what's going on here? He was like, no, like that's you giving them too much hope, or you're going to be their boyfriend. And I said, something's wrong with you and your generation. I'll say that right now.
That sounds quite contractual.
Yeah.
That's what his generation, his brother's generation, I think most of them are like. That's, and I think it's more of that.
It's a weird time, that's for sure. It's strange.
But you know what? I've had a couple friends that own porn studios.
Whoa.
And it's very unglamorous when you watch porn being filmed. Very unglamorous. There's nothing exciting about it.
Have you been there to witness?
Yeah, I told you I'm fascinated by human sexuality. I have friends in a lot of places, and it's very unglamorous.
Do they still use fluffers?
They so what they use now, you don't see it. That exists, but now it's kind of they shoot it with a syringe of something that will keep it hard. And so
my
Viagra or something.
It's with a syringe with a needle, they stick it in there, and then it's hard for whatever 3-4 hours of
okay.
And then they can't reach climax because they've been so it's unglamorous. It's not like it's not so and then they have a problem of doing in the Hollywood Hills, they'd have these parties, and then they'd have one section where they would be filming this kind of stuff, and people would be out of it not knowing what they're doing. I mean, it's just all messed up. Am I divulging too much? But
no, you're not giving us names or places or dates or times. But I mean, it all sounds very fascinating, George. I'd love to hang out with you for a weekend and just kind of like tag along to see like how fascinating your life really is.
It's a very usurious industry. And I had to pull myself away from it because I would be on an airplane and I would be sitting next to a go-go dancer or an escort, or you start attracting that energy, and I had to pull away from it because it's very usurious. Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing at Christy and Lily in the chat.
Oh, what are they saying? I can't see anything. Are people freaking out?
I'm loving it, George.
We're in London. We're at Dundee. We're in London.
I'm in.
Thank you for having me, Eugene. I'm gonna have to get going though, guys.
All right, Brian. It was good seeing you. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Eugene,
All right, have a
George,
good night.
Andy, Tara. You guys have a good
Bye.
night.
See you, Bri.
Good night, Brian.
I'm in South London in a place called Tooting, which is southwest London, kind of an Indian, Pakistani area. Yeah, cool area. In fact,
Is that by
Yeah.
Heathrow? Are you by Heathrow Airport?
not really. I mean, that's kind of, but not. Yeah, I'm on the west side. You're on the right, like side, but I'm not. It would probably take me about 50 minutes to get to Heathrow by train. So yeah, not that close. But
Not too close. All right.
you've come to London a few times, I guess, right?
I used to live in Ennismore Gardens for 5 years, actually, when I was in my 20s.
Nice. Where do you stay when you come now for travel? Where do you like to stay?
I stay probably I stay at the Park Lane,
Okay.
right there in South Kensington.
Yeah. I used to work in South Kensington. Nice.
So it's been like 3 years. The last time I was there, I went to go see Fragmental and The Apprentice in Manchester.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, because that's it.
I love the UK.
George, what's your favorite place in the world to travel?
I went and saw Eugene too.
He did. He came to my house in silk pajamas.
The Reviewer was the series, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was a good one, yeah.
And I remember you saying you're a little bit worried about coming over. Like you were worried about me. And then here I'm like, I got George Zaharoff come to my house, right? You had nothing to worry about.
I just love the guy so much. And so, listen, when he comes out with his fragrance, we all have to support him because
I'm getting a free bottle, right?
Free bottles on the house.
Really, really think about this, right? He truly is, I shouldn't say the first, because I don't know. I think there's a UK person that did as well, but Eugene has taken his own funding and created something from scratch. And it's just incredible. Yeah. And the reason why Eugene was getting emotional wearing his fragrance is because it's something that he created. When you create something, you created himself, and he could feel the energy of the world is about to find out, is about to open up even more. And so I think that everyone should buy and support Eugene. That's just my opinion.
I appreciate that, George. I don't have any expectations from anybody. I don't have any expectations for how this is going to turn out. I just really enjoyed myself, and it's been like eye-opening, the experience, and it's been really beautiful,
Right. And part of it is now putting it out into the world and being able to grow with it. Now it's time to, you're growing. So you just planted like sunflower seeds, and you have sunflowers coming out, and you're going to take those sunflower seeds and sell them, and it's going to come back in, and you're going to do more, and you're going to grow it. And it's wonderful. Mm-hmm. I always told Eugene, if there's any channel that could become a true like luxury global brand, I think Eugene is one of the really few that could really pull it off of this the community now. You too, Tara. I think that you could also you could have your own branded fragrances as well, and I've been vocal about that. I don't know if you've heard from others saying George Zaharoff thinks that da 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 da. I think have I ever told you that before?
No.
But I think you would do beautiful. You could be like a Joe Malone type. I hate comparing. Sorry, but I could see kind of an American Joe Malone, right?
Joe Malone.
What'd you say?
I just laughing at that. That's but thank you. I really appreciate that.
Do you hate Joe Malone? I don't mean you could be just like
I don't. I think I like
fragrance.
Joe Malone more than most people do because everybody bitches about the performance, and I don't give a shit about performance. So I'm like, it's a beautiful smelling little fragrance. Lovely.
Can I tell you something, Tara? Yeah. I launched Citrine.
Yeah.
And it's such a beautiful freshie. And it's so heartbreaking because for me, I feel like it's a masterpiece. And people are saying that it's a freshie. Do you know how difficult it is?
Right. You can't get a freshie. Like freshies aren't supposed to last forever. That's not the thing.
You take it with you and you spray it again and again and again. Yeah. Do you know you have Eugene behind you? You have that green bottle of Hermes the D'Orange. Okay, that's one of my yes. I love that fragrance, but you need to have it around and carry it around with you because you cannot get a freshie unless it's synthetic.
Right.
You can't get such beauty, and that's what Joe Malone has.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I was talking to someone, and I go, "It's so beautiful," and they go, "George, the people don't want beauty; they just want something they could spray on, and the world and everyone could smell around them." And it was heartbreaking for me.
Yep, that's true. No, I don't personally get it because maybe it's because I know Eugene's the same way. He doesn't really care. He doesn't care about performance either. But maybe it's because we have the luxury of having so many fragrances, right? That we're just like, I don't care if it performs because I have a billion others and I can throw several in my bag or whatever and take it with me. And so I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's why it's important to some people, but I just don't fully understand that. And especially when you're expecting performance, like extended performance from a freshie, like that just doesn't even go together. I've never found a really good fresh fragrance that lasts more than a few hours.
If you were to take away that freshie, we would not be able, and people are like, well, why? It's because a lot of the reason why it's a freshie is because a lot of the top notes are filled with the beauty.
Yeah.
And you can't take a 20, let's say it's at 30%, it's a freshie. They'll be like, oh, put it to 40 or put it to 50%, it'll last longer. No, it's the top notes are packed. It's what invigorates you and inspires you and takes you on a trip. That's the artistry of it. And you know what? Right. You spray it again and again during the day, and you go on this journey, and you're happy throughout the day. You will never be able to get that on a mid note all day. You can't.
Right. No.
Well, I think that's kind of the problem, though, George, is when people are judging you, they don't understand the brief or what your perspective was. They just think this doesn't fit my vision of what makes a good perfume. And you should know better than anybody, George. No matter how beautiful you create something, you will never make everybody happy. There will be people out there that want to tear you down, right?
That's true.
You can't make everybody happy, and that's not your job. Your job is to make yourself happy and create from your love something that you love that you want to share with the world. That's the most important thing.
That is very true.
Wait until you have your children out into the world, and then I know you understand. It's just it's very difficult. It's very difficult because it's almost like I told Eugene this. It's like showing your penis to the world. Imagine Denby, you pull down your pants and you show everyone. They're like, oh, it's too big, too small, too thick, too thin, too this, too that, too what? It's not this. Why is it flopping to the left? Oh, it's going to the right. Oh, look at this. Look at. I mean, you could lose your mind, and you're right. You just have to let it go into the world and find its way, and it's just hard. Because you put so much effort into it. George, can you hop?
Sorry, I took it down.
George, can you help Eugene's build a website? He's procrastinating. He'll get there, Duncan.
George, which of your creations are you most proud of? Or do you love them all like children?
I have been doing this for 30 years, so I've done clothing and fashion, and I've created a lot of things, Denby, and I am proud of all my children. I love my children so much. I think for me, it's more of a gratitude of having people enjoy it and support me. I think that's probably I don't know. I just very grateful. I think that I'm grateful for that. And I try to put stuff out there that I'm proud of. Like if I'm not happy with it, I just won't do it. And I think that's how I just live my life too, when it comes to experiences or just how I live my life. I just won't do it if it's, but I think, I don't have any regrets really. I mean, the only regret I think I have is that life is very short.
Yeah. Do what you enjoy.
Because you could literally spend every day of your life traveling the world, meeting people, amassing a fortune, meeting more people, partying. But at the end of the day, there is a finite amount of time we all have. And like, for example, for you, Denby, you look like you're an artist, if I may. You look like you look very artistic.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah.
Okay,
I do neuroscience, but I have
neuroscience. Well, that's
but I've been a lot of my friends are artists. That's kind of the group I came of age with. They're all kind of artists and photographers and shit. So, yeah.
There's a finite number, and I always told, like, for neuroscience, I would not have expected that to come from you, but I think that's kick-ass, by the way. That's pretty
well, I mean, I say I do it. I'm about to start a PhD, so talk to me in 3 years. I might not want to do it after that.
But you do come across as intelligent. I want to be careful. Always, you do come across as very intelligent and very put together. What I was going to say is that, like, if there's something that you want to do, I tell artists, or I tell people that have a certain dream, or you got to do it now, because we all live in this future of one day I will, or I'll do it, or I will become. And it's like, it's the moment. Now is the future, because what you do now is going to affect the future. Yeah. And anyway, so yes, that's the one thing that I find anxiety over, is the finite amount of time that we have. You know,
you want more to experience more, see more things, do more things.
I think it's not that. I think it's that there's so much beauty in the world, and there's so many incredible people. And the more I travel, the more I meet, the more I learn, the more I know, the more I learn I don't know. And so, I wish I could get on a plane and have lunch with you, Denby, and then I could, do something.
Good, man.
But you know what I mean? Like, there's not, like, I wish it was just a little bit more time.
Yeah. I'm the same. I'm selfish, experientially selfish. Like, I want to do it all, go everywhere, meet all the people. Congratulations, Rachel.
Big congratulations to Rachel. She was on last night asking what fragrance she should wear for her job interview, and she got the job.
Did you wear 19?
No, number 19.
It didn't matter. It wouldn't have mattered what you wore, whether or not you get the job.
You could have gone in the nude and still scored.
Oh.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
It's fantastic news.
George, so you've released like numerous fragrances. Do you still feel like those butterfly feelings before every launch?
100%. And that's with, and that was even launching collections at Nordstrom, or even showing it, or, because you always want to do good, and you want to do well, and you want people to enjoy it. Like, for me, I create product. I create for people to enjoy, not to just sit there and so I think that's the biggest blessing, is when you create something and it goes out into the universe, into the world, and it's people enjoying it. I mean, for me, it's just the highest level of. I had said this, we talk, because Eugene and I, we talk, and it's a very holy, sacred thing to create something and have someone work for, they're working and they're getting their salary, and they're taking that value and giving it to you for something you've created. It's a very holy transaction. And that's why the whole process is holy. How it's created, how it's presented, how it's designed, all of it. That's why for me, it's a very sacred journey.
That's awesome. You've been, I would consider you quite successful, and you've started this, your business at a very young age. Is there somebody special that's helped you along the way, that's helped guide you, or been mentoring you, or giving you a break somewhere?
So I've been through, in 2001, I went through 2 bankruptcies because of 9/11. And it was Nordstrom that helped me get back on my feet. And in 2009, when Hartmarks went into bankruptcy and released me from my clothing, Nordstrom again came and put me with Brooks Brothers. And so
Nice.
Many people have helped me. However, I would tell anybody is that always go through life being a gentleman or a gentlewoman, because no matter how high you get or how you fall flat on your face, people will always want to help you because who you are,
Mm-hmm.
with wealth, without wealth, you know what I mean? And so many people, and I think that's why now I'm in a position, thank God, where I could help and I give,
Mm-hmm.
because I've been given so much.
Right.
And yeah.
No, I agree. It's like we kind of have like a saying, like with teaching, or I don't know if it's a saying, but it's like people will forget what you taught them, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And so it's very much that same sort of,
I think
you
that's
always go into it.
Maya Angelou, I think.
That's correct. It's Maya Angelou. Yeah, I mean, it's very true, right? Like how you present yourself always matters. It doesn't matter where you are in life. It always matters. I think that's important to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
And George always brings a really lovely energy, like to whatever space he comes into.
Absolutely.
You make me cry now. Thank you.
No, that's great. That's great. George, like what's waiting? Like where does George want to be in the future? Like what do you want to I know you're always planning stuff and you have goals and you have dreams, but what's the next stage for you? Like I know you're doing fragrances and you're loving that. Is there anything else you want to visit?
I'm doing the leather goods, and I'm going to just put it out into the universe. I think that if it's done right, Zaharoff could become like a little mini, like a Goyard or do you know what I mean? Like a nice little niche house.
Yeah.
I just need $80 million.
Can't help you there.
But I put it out there.
You just put it out in the world and
put it out there.
You just put it out.
So
you just put it out.
Somebody get this man $80 million.
Huh?
Did somebody get you $80 million?
No, he just asked the universe. He put it out there, and that's energy, right? The universe is always listening. I believe it's going to come. But do you have plans? Like, would you like to open up boutiques all over the world? Is that a goal of yours?
I'd like to do it. So I went to Paris. I opened up a small little tiny office on Avenue Montagne, which is right on the street where all of the big wigs are. And I have like a little closet. But hey, I'm getting there. So I think that I walk around in this space of gratitude, and I'm very great. I'm very grateful. So I have my dreams and my aspirations, but how do I say this? Like, it doesn't create an unhappiness in me where I don't have. It's like I'm very grateful. I'll do my work. I'll go after my dreams and my aspirations and see what happens. With purpose and meaning. But sometimes the universe has a different idea.
And that's okay too, right?
Yep.
That's okay too. The universe has plans for you and you just go along with it. And I think when you just accept without any expectations, that's when things come to you the easiest. When you let go of, the idea of where I need to be or what I should be doing and just kind of enjoy what is actually in front of you in the moment.
That's right. And I think we need to be more quick. All right. So I opened up I moved production to France. I'm going to be doing the larger bottles in France because the European market and the Russian market, in Russia, they don't have perfumeries, they have pharmacies. And these pharmacies have a perfumery in the pharmacy. And there's a chain of 3,000 of them that came to me and said, we want to put Zaharoff in Russia. And I said, okay. And they said, you need, this is how many units. And I go, it's going to take me at least 2 years to get myself to that. Because it'll, it's a lot. And so I went ahead, set it up. I set up the company in France. I set up the filling, the production, all of that in France. And then and my packaging. I had to redo all my packaging to have it written in 30 languages and make sure that it's all.
Yeah.
I even did it in Ukrainian too. And so the war happens in Russia. And so it's like, I was going to move to France too. I was planning on moving in the spring, and instead I just bought a house, so I'm renovating it. But
you bought a house in Chicago?
Yeah.
Are you still getting a place in France? Because I need a place to stay when I come visit.
Not yet, but I will.
Not yet. Okay.
You
So you're not ruling it out.
You could always visit me in Chicago. So I just said, okay, you know what, George? We wait. And when Russia is ready, which one day it will be, I'll be ready. And so, okay, I'm in the United States. I'm here, and I continue doing my thing. And we'll see what happens.
I will definitely come see you next time I'm in Chicago, George.
Tara, by the end of summer, I'll have 2 spare bedrooms. It's a very beautiful,
nice
home in the suburbs of Chicago. You are always welcome to come and stay here if you want.
I still have lots of, I have lots of friends up there because that's why I went to undergrad and grad school. That's where I got my master's up there too.
Where? What school?
UIC.
UIC.
Yeah, went to UIC.
You're exceptional, Tara.
Oh, thank you. Well, so I was in a program similar to Denby. I did cognitive psychology, but I was in with like a bunch of my friends were in the neuroscience, because it's all housed in psychology at UIC. So it's a similar program. But I know Denby said he finished it. He's amazing because he finished his master's in 2 years, and to do neuro in 2 years for a master's is impressive. Most people take 3 to 4 just to finish the master's.
Yeah,
so that's amazing.
So, Denby, can you give an example when you say neuroscience, like just for someone like myself that isn't familiar with that space? What you're getting a PhD to be a doctor?
Well, I wouldn't be a medical doctor. It's not a medical degree to do neuroscience. Neuroscience is just the study of the form and the function and the structure of the brain. That's all it is. It's almost a biology of the brain. Now you do have cognitive neuroscience, which is to take the form and structure of the brain and then extrapolate from that, behavioral or cognitive conclusions. So, this X behavior is in this form because of Y structure.
Right.
Stuff like that. This type of neuroscience I do is cognitive neuroscience. So for my final project, I was looking at the neuroscience of decision making.
Nice.
Something called EEG, which tracks electrical impulses over the scalp of the brain. And I was relating that to certain decisions people were making. Kind of quite spooky stuff, actually, kind of trying to predict what decision they would make without looking at the actual decision or any clues, but just looking at the electrical signals. So, I'm not sure what I'll be doing for my PhD. A PhD is typically a 3-year project, but the program I'm doing is a 4-year program. The first year is a lab rotation where I rotate through different labs within a university, and then I'll decide my project for the final 3 years. So it might not be in humans anymore. It might be in animals. You can typically do a lot more invasive work in animals because they're not humans. You can actually cut brains apart, dissect things, create lesions. Quite cruel, really. But
that's what all my neuro classes were cutting up rat brains and things like that.
Whereas, when you're experimenting on humans, it's very rare you can do that sort of like detailed work. You have to do more stuff like MRI or EEG, things that we call non-invasive imaging methodologies. So I may go into animal models. I may do both. We'll see what happens. But I came into neuroscience. I did actually an undergrad in philosophy. So I don't even consider myself a neuroscientist when people ask me.
My minor was philosophy, and I'm teaching a philosophy course next year. Will be added to the courses that I teach. Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah. I mean, if people were to ask me, I wouldn't even call myself a neuroscientist. I like to try and sound cooler than that. I'd probably say I'm like a.
That's pretty cool, though. I think.
It does. Yeah, it does have a bit of street cred, neuroscience.
Yeah.
But I think philosopher has a bit more. Some people would hate you. Some people would think you're cool. I don't know. It depends. But,
Eugene, the neural nerds are talking.
I'm out of my element. And
Me too.
I'm just enjoying the conversation and glad nobody's asked me
I'm
anything.
not even reading the chat. Let's read the chat. See what these people are saying.
There's an eroticness to it. Like, you know, when they're talking and you could tell there's this energy exchanging, even though
there's definitely some sex appeal, like radio. Yeah, I can feel it.
There's some sex appeal to being giant nerds.
There's a sexiness to it, though. It's a sexiness.
There's sexiness and intelligence.
She's blushing. Do you see she's blushing?
Yeah, I'm blushing.
Have you met Tara before? Have you met Tara?
Yeah, just beige.
Can't see it.
I'm much paler, yeah.
I saw Udo Pantograph said she used to live in Croydon, which is close to me. Big up Croydon, big up South London. Okay, Lynn is not into being a philosopher. She's into being a neuroscientist. Yeah, that's true. But I don't know. Neuroscience is a bit more nerdy, right? Philosophy is a little bit more kind of got a bit more street cred, I reckon.
So let me ask you, Denby, what do you find? So you meet someone now, you know, it's kind of interesting. You don't like wasting time either because you meet someone on Tinder, you wanna get right to it. And let me ask you this: what you go on a date and you have this woman sitting across the table at a Starbucks or wherever.
Yeah, Starbucks.
Whatever it is, whatever coffee place,
gallery, museum.
Okay, but what do you find? What stimulates you to where you'd find this like sexy? Like, you know what I mean?
Humor. I love people that have a good sense of humor. That's always like a great kind of, because that just kind of lubricates the whole conversation, right? If you can like just bounce jokes in and off each other. Humor is always good. I don't know really. It's interesting. I'm kind of I've dated like a lot of different types of women. I don't really have like a type of personality. I'm not like, oh, I only date academics or I only date, girls who work in fashion. Like, it's just, but yeah, humor's good. I like people who are self-aware. That's always quite important to me, especially be able to like self-deprecate. If you can laugh at yourself, that's always great for me. People who are just kind of generally polite and civil, like it's a big no-no for me. And I have walked out on dates when people are being rude to waiters and stuff like that. Like, I'm gone, like, see you later.
Huge red flag.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Big one. So,
can you explain that to the people that don't understand it?
Yeah, so I just think like it kind of speaks to the way you will treat someone that you perceive to be lower than you in any sort of, social tier system or whatever. So people that have been working in the service industry, the minute you start to view them through a kind of dehumanized lens, it's really problematic, I think, So, and that manifests in the way people treat someone. So a waiter messes up your order and then, you can say you messed up the order. Look, this is how it was supposed to be, just so you know, but you don't have to be rude, you don't have to treat them like they're less than. And I've worked in service industry. I was a bartender for a number of years, so I've been on the other side as well.
Yeah. I think everybody should have a job in service or retail. I think you can probably get a similar experience from either. I've never really worked retail, but yeah, I was a bartender for many years in Chicago at one of the blues clubs there.
Oh, cool.
Same thing. Like I've had people when I was a bartender, like whistle at me like I was a dog.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Yeah. I'm like, excuse you? Like you're not getting a drink ever. So bye. You can just leave now.
I worked in an Irish pub.
Tara's tough.
I worked in an Irish pub and I had a guy who, when I started working there, he started calling me horse. Like he called everyone horse, apparently. That was his thing. But I didn't get the memo that it was this guy that had been there for years. He was an old man. And it got testy my first shift. I was like, what did you call me? And he goes, horse, get me a Guinness. Like he was just screaming at me. And I was like, what the fuck? And the manager stepped in and go, look, he calls everyone that. But yeah, it could be a problem in service industry, man. You get people, you get some real like, you see the darkness of humanity when you serve people in any capacity.
For sure. Yeah.
Someone asked me favorite philosopher. Wittgenstein is my favorite philosopher.
What about him that you? What is it that you picked that specific? I've never heard of it. So
Wittgenstein was like, he's probably most famous for kind of transforming the way that philosophers talk about language. He's basically, his kind of main tenet was that meaning is use. So the meaning of a word isn't something it refers to, it's how it's used. within a society or a conventional set of rules. It kind of sounds pretty simple and pretty kind of obvious, but at that time, this is like the 40s or the 30s, it's kind of revolutionary. And he wrote a book called The Philosophical Investigations, which I recommend everyone read. It's not even that hard reading. And yeah, it's just about language and how language and society are kind of tied together. I used to be big into philosophy of language, so it was a big one for me.
Isn't that kind of the point of philosophy, is to help simplify your life and to bring to conscious things that aren't so apparent but should be?
Yeah, definitely. I think philosophy is about the formation of the right questions to ask. It doesn't give any answers. That's the problem. Science, will give you answers, or even faith, if that's what you need.
Yeah.
But philosophy is good at formulating questions, the correct questions to ask, or the interesting questions.
What?
I think that's right, Jura.
Yeah, you're correct, Jura. That was the supervisor, Bertrand Russell.
If I could go back to just one moment before we go away from this subject, the moment in my way of how I live my life is the moment a person has cut themselves off by either judging that they're better and others are less than. You have cut yourself off of that universal energy that makes you grow and be inspired, and a host of all other things. And for me, it seems just so small-minded, because first of all, the wheel of fortune is always turning.
Yeah, it could be you.
You never, ever, ever know what the world has in store for you. And you could be up one day, you could be down in another. And I don't know, I think for me, I try to acknowledge the person in the moment by saying a thank you, or do you know what I mean? Just acknowledging the people around you that facilitate the waiter, the waitress, the maid service at the hotel, the Hertz driver with the bus, just to scream thank you. Just it just puts you. It's foreign to me to have these people look down. It's foreign to me.
I know what you mean. That's all like new to me, and I'm trying to see people for who they are, and to hear them, and just to say, I love you with my eyes, and give them the attention that they deserve, even for a few moments. And it helps in relationships. And you can get people to help you do something just by the way you treat them, without being manipulative, right? And then people get excited to help you.
Right. You inspire people to help you.
And even if you're completely cynical and you don't believe that people should be treated as equals, it's just good from a pragmatic sense to be nice to the help. Like, you want to be good to the guy that's making you food. You I mean, if you want to be like, if you don't really give a crap, but you just want to be kind of pragmatic, like, be good to the help, be good to the person that dry cleans your suits, be good to the person that makes your food. Just anyway. But
absolutely.
So that's a big red flag for me with people I'm dating. Just lack of.
And you see a lot of the scenarios sitting in first class on an airplane, or the big schmaltzy hotels. You see these people go into this space because
it's crazy.
There's no more scrambled eggs on the flight. Oh my God! What are you gonna do? You gotta have pancakes. And it's like, give them my scrambled eggs, for Christ's sake. I mean, it's just like, it's like, anyway. And even with the Amber Heard and watching, because I'm fascinated. If you really watch the whole thing, the court case, you're seeing an inside view of Hollywood and contracts and money and wealth management and investments. I mean, I'm just like all over that. But at the end of the day, you had this woman come into this guy's life for 15 months. He left his wife and 2 kids to be with this woman. He invited Satan into his life. But at the end of the day, it's 2 rich people. And with all the stuff that are happening in this world, and you're like, wah, you poor thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I had
no idea it was that deep. I haven't been following along, but
Eugene, it's incredible. It's just incredible. But
it sounds awful.
She pooed in his bed. She gets massive points from me for that. That's the funniest thing I've heard in years.
Yeah, until it happens to you, then you're not laughing, right? And you're like, what the fuck? Like, what did I do to deserve this? Who sent Satan to me?
Johnny Depp is. I read a funny thing about him once. You know, he drinks $30,000 worth of vintage wine a month.
Yeah.
So, you know, Rich Mitch Ramsey, eat your heart out like that.
Right.
He has to sell a lot of bottles of Sauvage to pay for that one.
Well, it's not. He was replaced by the Kylian Mbappe.
Not yet.
And it goes into that, how when he was doing the Dior thing, she goes, "Why do they want you there, the prestigious French, and you're fat and ugly?" And it's like all these things that you're like, "Oh my God,
nasty."
Oh my God, nasty, nasty. And it's just.
Do you see how the truth always comes to light?
Something karmically must have, for this to happen so severely, something karmic, you know, there's got to be some kind of adjustment. The one thing that was heartbreaking was her side lawyers went through like a stack of headlines of different newspapers. And it was just, and he was sitting, you know, he's sitting there, Johnny Depp was sitting there, and the lawyer was reading it and saying, you know, Johnny Depp drunk and broke, and then the next one, Johnny Depp, you know, vomiting in his, you know, and it's like, and he's like, yes, and I'm like, why, like, why are you doing this to this guy? And I just think this doesn't make her look good. So we'll see. But it's amazing because it gives you a story of, it talks about his contracts. It talks about all the parts of the Caribbean. It talks about financing and money. And I'm just like all over. It's fascinating to me. So I don't know how we got to this.
George, do you know why they've had such unprecedented access to the trial? Like, I haven't seen that much of it, but why is it the whole thing filmed? Have they...
So in the beginning, this is what I think. I don't know though. In the beginning, people were taking pictures or tweeting or doing stuff behind, you know, and so the judge just said, let's just go ahead and just put it all out there. And I think that's what it was, because a couple of people got thrown out for just talking about it. And then I think she just let in the floodgates. I think. Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. Interesting.
The one thing that I feel is Tara and Denby, I mean, there's some spark. Is it just me, Eugene? But is there like sparks going on between? Did you know?
I definitely feel it. I feel some kind of energy going on over here. Yeah,
but it's beautiful.
I've always got a lot of respect for teachers. I've had a lot of teachers in my life, and that's just coming across.
Yeah. You're beautiful, Tara. You're a beautiful person. I won't put you on the spot.
I'm just trying to get her to blush just a little bit harder.
Savage Intolerance. I would have liked to see that too. Live footage of the.
Tara, don't hate me.
Why?
I'm only kidding.
I don't hate you. I never hate you. I agree, Michelle.
You're good. You guys are good people.
Thank you.
You too, George. It's nice to meet you.
You're good people.
In person, as it were.
It's always good to have George on. He's always a pleasure and a delight and full of great energy.
Lots of
and he likes to spread it around.
I know. He's so supportive of everybody. And he makes everybody feel good about themselves. And I think that what a wonderful skill to have.
George, what are you going to do when Louis Vuitton comes to you and says, here's the $80 million. We want to buy the rights to Zaharoff? You give him your signature?
Sell, baby.
Yep.
Probably.
Sell it.
Probably.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Well, you know, when that day happens, be sure to come and visit us back here. You know, don't forget about us, people.
No, I think that, you know, like I've been doing this, like I said, for 30 years, and it's been the ups and downs, and like I said, I just put it in God's hands, and I'll just keep doing my thing, and we'll see. You know, when I was in my 20s, I thought, okay, this is my vision of myself. This is who the person I want to be. And I just thought it was just a straight line, you know, A to B. And I didn't realize that that person that I envisioned, you know, wasn't naive. you know, we had experience and this, all these things. And for that to happen, I had to go up and down, upside down, roller coaster to the moon back. And I wear all of my ups and downs like with pride, you know, and so and then I share it with others, so they probably don't have to go through what I go through, what I had gone through. But you know, being an artist and having one's name, oh my God, you have these big companies. It's been hell. It's been hell just trying to navigate it. It's not that easy.
Is it true that you wouldn't be where you are here today, which is very successful, unless you've gone through that hell and been able to learn from it?
I think you
bigger and stronger and prepared for this moment right now?
You know what? I think so. I think that, you know, there was a time when I couldn't use my name because I had signed it away, and I couldn't even send an email with an idea because I had signed that. And so I had to work through all of that. Why would I do such a thing? And it's just, it was a huge lesson. And I try to tell many artists, I told you, including you, you know, your name is what you have. You got to be very careful. You put your name on products. And there's a whole legal side to that, because the town, it's all beauty and wonderful on the outside, but at the end of the day, it's a business, and it's finance, and it's wealth, and it's run like a well-oiled machine. Like everything that you see, all the colors and outfits and everything is all part of a larger machine that has to run like oil. And if there's one little kink in it, it goes bing, it sticks you out. And that's a person, a brand, anyone, you know, just gets out the door. So yeah. So we'll see what the guys, you too. And I have this prediction, and I just have a feeling it's going to happen. All it takes is to have a Chanel, and you know, someone used this, and I'll get to that in a moment. Hold on, Reddit. Someone said this in Reddit, but all it takes is for a Chanel to go and say, you know, I like that Eugene. I like his fragrances. I think we could do something really well with him. Eugene, you're now part of the Chanel umbrella. The moment something like that happens, it's gonna go, the whole fragrance community, this whole space, it's going to become, it's going to blow up, because then it's going to be, Tara, we could build you. You know, this would take this. Let's get this. Clarence grabs that, and that's what I see going to happen. I see it happening, and so.
Do you think? Do you see this space being very different 1 or 2 years from now?
I think in 5 years, I see from the retail side, you have the retailers of the world, the Neiman Marcus, the Nordstroms, they're dinosaurs. They're dinosaurs, and I sold to them for 30 years up until last year. I just stopped. You don't need them. Yeah. And they take 70% of the sale. And someone said, George said that Chanel is going to buy Eugene and da-da-da. But Chanel has invested in so many brands. You know, it's not going to be under the Chanel name. It'll be under their umbrella. And so I think that if I was Dior, or if I could, I would set aside a chunk of money and do this like a fund, and grab a bunch of smaller content creators and just build brands, because this is the future. There's nowhere else for it to go. So we'll see if my prediction comes true, but I think it will.
There you go.
I think it will.
Well,
I would love to. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I would love to stay, but I'm going to have to go because, you know, I'm an old lady and I get up very early.
You hardly look old, but thank you for being here with us, Tara. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you, Denby, officially.
Hi, Tara. Nice to meet you too.
Yep.
Tara, you should say, because I want to maintain my beautiful youthful look, I need my rest, and for that I exit.
Sure. It's mostly because I want to cognitively function in the morning, but sure.
Take care, Tara. It's good seeing you.
Bye. Yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
And with that, I'm going to leave you. And much love to you, Eugene. And Denby, it was nice meeting you. I hope we meet in person one day.
Definitely. If you swing by London, I'm your man.
I'll do.
George, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure seeing you,
thank you,
talking
God
to
bless.
you, whatever it is. You know, these streams wouldn't be the same with all of you guys. So
that includes you too.
Thanks for your contribution. We appreciate you, man.
Much love.
Good
Bye.
seeing you. All right, that was interesting.
Yeah, no, it's good to see George come. He hasn't come on in a while, no?
I haven't seen him in a while either, but I'm sure he's in the, he's watching. I'm sure he's probably just lurking, not, just doing stuff on the side. I do that often.
Yeah.
I'll watch like from the side, from a distance. I'll have it on, but
I do that
I'm not always commenting. And that's okay too. There's nothing wrong with that.
Mm.
What'd you think of George?
Yeah, he's great, isn't he? He's kind of a magnanimous sort of figure, just kind of, He
is, yeah.
Good
George
good,
and
positive
Tara.
vibes. As
Both, both George and Tara were great.
Yeah, good posy vibes, which is always good, especially when you've got like a cynical Brit like me. It's nice to have a bit of that,
Yeah, it's been great having you on too. Like it was, I don't know, it was a nice surprise. It was a pleasant surprise to actually.
Well, yeah, I ignored the request a few too many times. I thought I might get banned or something if I didn't come on this time.
I thought you were just trying to dodge us, and that was the end. Your default go-to.
No,
so he's never coming on. But no, it's good.
I may not be a regular guest, but I'll try and make some special appearances here and there from now on. Yeah.
That's awesome. I would appreciate that. It's good to talk to you. You're very knowledgeable and you're passionate just as much as anyone else in this chat, maybe even more. Yeah. Well, we do appreciate your cynicism. It's always in the most loveliest way. So
thank you, Remington. Who the fuck is Remington? Because
Remington Brito is.
Have you might have seen him,
Dr. Tittles. Let's get him on here, Remington Brito.
Because he's the talk of the town right now, because he just did a stream with you, which I haven't watched, but I've heard good things about him. And I don't recognize his name from the chat. Maybe I've not been on at the same times as him, but has he been a regular in the chat for a long time?
Remington's fresh.
Okay, yeah. I want to say
he's fresh enough where we can start collecting union dues from him in order to get him to stream, because that's what we're going to start doing, is start collecting union dues.
Yeah, okay.
Because the community is getting it's getting a little bit claustrophobic, Maybe we can get him on.
Yeah, we'll see.
No, he's good. He's Dr. Tittles. He showed up on Mr. Smelly's stream as Dr. Tittles.
Okay, yeah.
Tittles was that modern dandy, very fashionable, vintage loving, fragrance enthusiast.
Is Smelly streaming now? He seems to stream almost every evening now.
I don't know.
Like he streams on Thursdays now as well, no? Like I'm sure is it a Thursday today? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's streaming now or not, but because he streams late, like often, and I'm sure he's
He usually streams on the weekends and then like once during the week.
Yeah, but he streams late for UK. Like he seems to start at, like
He does. He's he's a night crawler.
Yeah. Like I fucked on my sleeping pattern because I was ill recently, so I've been just sleeping whenever. But I don't know how he does it, to be honest. It's kind of Rich Mitch was doing it for a long time as well. Late night streams. Oh, there he is. So is he part
right here?
Is Remington part of the mafia as well?
I don't know what he's a very complex character, and you
like
never know what version of Remington you're going to get. So
yeah,
there's different. I don't know. He might be schizophrenic, or he might be wearing different masks. I'm not exactly sure who he is. I've seen him 3 times, and I've seen like 3 different people, and I'm not sure which one is really Remington.
Is he? Have him and Serapio Silva ever been in the same room?
That's a fucking good question.
Do you know what I mean? Because that guy disappeared.
That is a good question.
He's shown his face now, so we've got a face to a name, but I do wonder.
We get Serapio here in the odd time in the comments. We used to get his alter egos. I don't know, Ken Williams and There's so many of them, I can't even keep up.
I love it. No, I'm just yeah, okay. But anyway, look, Remington, come on at some point, but you don't have to come on now. It's no problem.
I'm sure you'll see him soon.
Yeah,
I don't think he's going away anytime.
I'd like to pick his brain, or have him troll me like apparently he trolled JJ. No, or was that was the criticism?
Yeah, he gave JJ a hard time. I don't think he was too serious.
What about being a lover of the forest?
I guess because JJ was kind of he was protecting modern releases, and Remington was giving them a hard time. Just basically saying you need vintage, right? Vintage oak moss is where it's at, and JJ's like, no, not really. You don't.
He was gatekeeping, like
yeah, sort of like that.
Yeah.
But he was being very sarcastic the whole time.
I love it. You know me. I'm here for the drama. Like, no problem. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, like if you don't own the first edition of X fragrance, are you even a frag head? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, that's great. He's not available.
Yeah, no
anyway,
worries.
It's 4 hours, 20 minutes. It's been a long stream. I haven't moved from this chair, and I got to get up and spread my legs. And I'm going to do some things.
We've done well, so let's call it.
It's been a blast, dude. Whenever you're free, whenever you're willing, you want to share something with us.
Yep.
Don't just hit us up in the chat. Come on, click the link.
Yeah, I'll get a new MacBook soon because I'm starting my PhD in September. So hopefully a few more times soon, because this is the only window I've got open. I can't do anything else when I've got this this piece of junk. But yeah, let's do it. Right. Awesome. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Eugene.
Thank you, man. The stream would have been possible without all of you guys. Rich, Mitch, Ramsey, Bry was here earlier. Tara, George, Denby.
There we go. Good night and God bless.
Awesome. Everybody. Yes, God bless you. Love you all. Good night. See you